Live. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am Christiana Ellis, and today I'm going to be playing a game called Ironsworn. Now, this is a tabletop RPG that has a solo play mode, and that's what I'm going to be experimenting with today. I haven't played it at all yet, although I've certainly read through it. But what we're going to be starting with is the world building, setting creation, character creation, and then maybe some early adventures for our new character that we'll create in the world we will create. And so I want to briefly begin by suggesting that you check out ironswornrpg.com. This is a game by, as you can see from the cover on the screen here, by Sean Tompkin, who has made what I think is a great game, and the PDF version is available for free if you go to that website. So I recommend you check that out. And I liked it enough that I've chosen to purchase a copy also, in a physical copy, but it's available for free. So check that out. But I also want to give a shout out to Adam Coble because it was his first look of this game in his videos that he's made of the solo play mode that inspired me, made me feel like, oh yeah, I that looks really fun. I want to do that too. And gave me some good ideas about how best to show it on the screen. He puts out a lot of good content. He's way more famous than me. So if you found me, then and you don't know about him already, check him out. He does good stuff. But so, with those introductions out of the way, let's talk about this game. Well, so first of all, one of the things you can see from the cover here is that they've used actual photography with some, added effects for the artwork, and that's true throughout the book, which is actually pretty cool. Let's see if we can see various places where there's other artwork. You can see that a lot of it is based on the real photography, which is a little unusual. I think that's very cool. But we've also got here the basic map that the game starts with over here on, this other half of the screen. Now, obviously, this is a game where you could use any map you wanted, and there's a lot of suggested world building details, and we're going to be following through that guide, but it does seem like it would be very flexible to adapt to almost any kind of world that you want to create. But what we're going to do to begin is we're going to use the world workbook. That's not it. There we go. Your World Truths workbook. And we're going to use that to kind of start going through some of these, decide on truths about the world. And so we're going to capture that in a little handout that I've got here, where we're going to capture, let's expand that. We're going to capture here what we think is true about the world and how we want to approach it here. And you know what? I kind of should have made this text a little bit bigger on my screen, but that's okay. So the way this World Truths workbook works is that it has a number of different categories of things about the world, and then it gives 3 suggestions for how you might, for what might be true about that thing. And each of those actually has an example quest starter related to it, which is kind of cool. But it also very clearly leaves a blank for you to make your own version if you want. So we're just going to go through, and I think we'll probably default to using one of the presented options unless something else just leaps to mind. And so let's start here. We've got the old world. So our choices here, as presented: the savage clans called the Skuld invaded the kingdoms of the old world. Our armies fell, most were killed or taken into slavery. Those who escaped set sail aboard anything that would float. After an arduous month-long voyage, the survivors made landfall upon the Ironlands. You know what? I'm not going to read all of these in total each way. I'm going to kind of cover the basics, the basic concept of each, and then I'll read in total the one that I think we'll pick, maybe. But then the next choice would be: the sickness moved like a horrible wave across the old world, killing all in its path. Thousands fled aboard ships. However, the plague could not be outrun. On many ships, the disease was contained through ruthless measures. I'm reading them all anyway. Tossing overboard any who exhibited the slightest symptoms. Ships were forever lost. In the end, those who survived found the Ironlands and made it their new home. Some say we will forever be cursed by those we left behind. Or we could say the old world could no longer sustain us. We were too large in number. We'd felled the forests. Our crops withered in the barren ground. The cities and villages overflowed with desperate, hungry people. Petty kings battled for scraps. We cast our fate into the sea and found the Ironlands. A new world, a fresh start. Well, I think that's the one, that last one is the one that kind of leaps out at me as, I don't, like, you could tell great stories with any of those, obviously. But I think what I'm feeling right now is that I don't necessarily want it to have just been about, we were being invaded or there was a sickness, but rather just the idea that, like, any failing of the old world that we have to escape from really was our fault. Like, so we're leaving behind kind of a failed land, and we're hoping that the new place can be better, but we're going to have to make our own way and see, can we do a better job. So let's establish here. You know what? Can I make the text bigger on this? I guess I could do that. The old world. And then I'm going to just see if I can easily copy the text. There we go. All right. So we're going to have the old world. That's what's true about the old world. Now, what's true about iron? Because, of course, this is the Ironlands, and iron is an important part of the culture here. But why? What is true about iron? So, the imposing hills and mountains of the Ironlands are rich in iron ore. Most prized of all is the star-forged black iron. And so it establishes different kinds of iron, but it's basically saying iron is iron as we understand it. And so that's one way to go. Alternately, we could also do the weather is bleak, rain and wind sweep in from the ocean. The winters are long and bitter. One of the first settlers complained, only those made of iron dare live in this foul place, and thus our land was named. Ooh, okay. Just about being tough. What that actually makes me think of is the movie The Lighthouse, which I saw recently, and just the sort of the toughness of having to live out in the elements like that. And I really like that movie. But so I don't know, maybe I should pick that one just because it makes me think of something I like and just sort of a vibe, a flavor that I like. But so the third one here is inscrutable metal pillars are found throughout the land. They are iron gray and smooth as river stone. No one knows their purpose. Some say they are as old as the world. Some, such as the iron priests, worship them and swear vows upon them. Most make the warding sign and hurry along their way when they happen across one. The pillars do not tarnish, and even the sharpest blade cannot mark them. That is pretty cool. It's a neat idea, but I think I'm going to stick with that sort of first impulse one where they're called the Ironlands just because you have to be tough. You have to be tough to live there, tough like iron, and it would just suggest that we've got to, this is a hard place, and there's no room, or at the very least, some people say there's no room for weakness among the iron, the people of iron. Oh, let's read the quest starters that they give as examples for the ones that we're choosing here. So the quest starter for our old world truth suggests, decades ago, the Exodus ended. Since then, no ships have sailed here from the old world until now. Word comes of a single ship newly arrived across the ocean, grounded on the rocks of the barrier islands. When you hear the name of this ship, you swear to uncover the fate of its passengers. Why is it so important to you? See, that's neat. It just giving examples of a quest that you might do related to that truth. That's a good idea. I like that. The quest starter example for the iron truth we selected is: the harvest fell short. The unrelenting snows left the village isolated. The food is running out. What will you do to see these people through this harsh season? That's more open-ended, right? Like there's less detail there. But, certainly it gives an example of the kinds of troubles that you might encounter in this place. So let's move next to legacies. And let me know if you're watching this. If is the text too small? Is it even worth looking at it this size? I can maybe try to work with the format a little bit more if it's a problem. But in the meantime, let's look at legacy. So either we are the first humans to walk these lands, or other humans sailed here from the old world long ago. Untold years ago, but all that is left of them is a savage, feral people we call the Broken. Is their fate to become our own? Or, before the Ironlanders, before even the firstborn, another people lived here. Their ancient ruins are found throughout the Ironlands. I kind of like that last one. It immediately makes me wonder, because, sometimes when you have those ancient ruins, you can kind of go two different ways, right? When you have sort of a fantasy setting with ancient ruins, it's like, was it another fantasy race, or are we doing some sort of a post-apocalyptic thing? I almost kind of want that to be true. So maybe those ancient ruins are actually things that like we would recognize. So yeah, I think that's the one that leaps out at me. So legacies, before even the firstborn, there were another people lived here, and their ancient ruins are found throughout the Ironlands. And the quest starter that it suggests there is miners uncovered an underground ruin. Thereafter, the people of the settlement are haunted by strange dreams. The ruins call to them, they say. Several have disappeared in that dark ancient place, including someone important to you. Ooh, very nice. Okay, that's cool. Next, communities. So either we are few in number in this accursed land, most rarely have contact with anyone outside our own small steading or village, and strangers are viewed with deep suspicion. Or we live in communities called circles. These are settlements ranging in size from a steading with a few families to a village of several hundred. Some circles belong to nomadic folk. Some powerful circles might include a cluster of settlements. We trade and sometimes feud with other circles. Or we have forged the Ironlands into a home. Villages within the havens are connected by well-trod roads. Trade caravans travel between settlements in the havens and those in outlying regions. Even so, much of the land is untamed. I'm kind of feeling the middle ground there. Like, I don't want it to be something where everyone is quite so isolated. It doesn't seem like it would really fit with a slightly more orderly, because if we are hoping for a fresh start, leaving the sort of failed land behind, it's not necessarily something where it was like an urgent flight from imminent catastrophe, right? It's more like this is increasingly failing, we've got to do something. And that seems to suggest that it wouldn't be everyone quite so isolated. People would be more likely to be a little bit more concentrated, I think. But at the same time, I don't know if we want to make it as though we've been here a long time. I think, yeah. So I think this middle one is where my heart is kind of guiding me. So we are choosing that there are small communities called circles, settlements, which vary quite a bit in size, and there is sometimes relationships between them. And the quest starter it suggests there is a decades long feud between two circles has flared into open conflict. What is the cause of this dispute? Do you join in the fight or swear to put a stop to it? Yeah, that's pretty standard stuff, but it certainly gives a starting point. So the next is leaders. And the choices that we are, whoops, I'm selecting the wrong thing. There we go. Formatting. Okay, there we are. Leaders. So, you know what? Let me give myself a little bit extra space at the bottom. There we go. So, leaders. So, either we've got leadership is as varied as the people. Some communities are governed by the head of a powerful family, or they have a council of elders who make decisions and settle disputes. In others, the priests hold sway. For some, it's duels in a circle that decide. Or each of our communities has its own leader called an overseer. Every seventh spring, the people affirm their current overseer or choose a new one. Some overseers wear the iron circlet reluctantly, while others thirst for power and gain it through schemes or threats. Or numerous clan chiefs rule over petty domains. Most are intent on becoming the one true king. Their squabbles will be our undoing. I do kind of like that last one, but just given the whole concept of this is all about a new start, it's people saying the old ways failed us. You know, it led to ruin and we had to leave our homes behind. We need to find a new way. And so given that, I feel like what we want that all of these different communities would all be trying different stuff. Like everyone's got their own idea for how it would work. So I think this first one where we're saying leadership is as varied as the people. And so the quest starter that it suggests for that one is you have vivid recurring dreams of an Ironlands city. It has strong stone walls, bustling markets, and a keep on a high hill, and so many people. Nowhere in the Ironlands does such a city exist. In your dreams, you are the ruler of this city. Somehow, no matter how long it takes, you must make this vision a reality. Ooh. You know, one of the things that is true about this game is that when you create your character, you're supposed to have one background vow that is like epic. And the idea would be it would be a whole campaign length to try to accomplish it. And that's obviously the sort of thing that would be like that. But the idea that like to found and be the leader of an enormous city, wow, that would be a big deal, right? It's kind of cool. So defense. All right, let me change this window shape a little bit. There we go. Defense. What's true about defense? What's the truth about the world regards to defense? We could do here in the Ironlands, supplies are too precious, and the lands are too sparsely populated to support organized fighting forces. When a community is threatened, the people stand together to protect their own. Or, the wardens are our soldiers, guards, and militia. They serve their communities by standing sentry, patrolling surrounding lands, and organizing defenses in times of crisis. Most have strong ties to their community. Others, called free wardens, are wandering mercenaries who hire on to serve a community or protect caravans. Oops, Or our warbands are rallied to strike at our enemies or defend our holdings. Though not nearly as impressive as the armies that once marched across the old world, these forces are as well trained and equipped as their communities can manage. The banners of the warheads are adorned with depictions of their old world history and Ironland victories. I feel like, given that we selected early on that what iron means when we talk about the Ironlands and people who live there, it's called the Ironlands and the Ironlanders because you have to be so tough to be there. And so we can't ignore that that's true. And if that's true, then it seems like it's not the sort of thing where you have big armed forces that are well trained that are allowing other people to not have to be trained. I feel like this is a place where resources are too scarce to support that. It is not the sort of place where you have yet been able to establish specialization. If a community or a circle needs defense, the people who live there have to pull it together. I think that's what's true about our world here. So let's go ahead and bring that over. And the quest starter that it suggests there is a settlement is unable or unwilling to defend itself against an imminent threat. Why? What peril do they face? What will you do to protect them? I don't know. We'll see. Mysticism. So what is true about mysticism in the Ironlands, in our Ironlands? So the choices they present, some still find comfort in the old ways. They call on mystics to divine the fortune of their newborn or ask them to perform rituals to invoke a bountiful harvest. Others act out of fear against those who they suspect of having power. However, most folk believe true magic, if it ever existed, is lost to us now. Or, magic is rare and dangerous, but those few who wield the power are truly gifted. Or, magic courses through this land as the rivers flow through the hills. The power is there for those who choose to harness it, and even the common folk often know a helpful ritual or two. You know, I'm so used to playing Dungeons and Dragons in a very kind of high magic setting. I kind of like the idea, not that it's, you know what? I like the idea. Let's try doing one where there's really not much in the way of magic, or maybe, yeah, I think I want to try going with that. So the idea is that we think that there maybe was once magic, but if that was true, we don't really know it anymore. And there might, we might find some individuals that do practice magic, but it would be something that most people wouldn't ever have any exposure to or contact with. And it would be strange and scary anytime we happen to cross it. The quest starter they suggest there is someone close to you is accused of cursing a settlement, causing fields to go fallow and cattle to become sick. What is the evidence of this? Will you defend this person and uncover the true cause of the settlement's troubles? Yeah. All right. So what about religion? So, what is true about religion? The presented options here. A few Ironlanders will still make signs or mumble prayers out of habit or tradition, but most believe the gods long ago abandoned us. Or, the people honor old gods and new. In this harsh land, a prayer is a simple but powerful comfort. Or, our gods are many. They make themselves known through manifestations and miracles. Some say they even secretly walk among us. The priests convey the will of the gods and hold sway over many communities. I feel like if we've already said that mysticism is rare, I think that, it seems like the idea that there would be lots of miracles around seems unlikely. So if we're talking about like prayer is a simple but powerful comfort, but like, is it real, or is it just the way people kind of treat it? I feel like what we've established here is the old ways failed us, or perhaps we failed the land by following the old ways. And so we've come here for a new start. We've got to try new things and find new stuff. And so the idea of these old prayers and old habits, like some people cling to them, but, clearly following those ways did not save us in the old world. And so I think we're making this grim, because this is a grim place where you have to be made of iron, and taking comfort from saying prayers to some God who may not even be listening. No, you have to be made of iron. And so the quest starter suggestion there is a charismatic Ironlander encouraging her followers to renounce the vestiges of old world religions, proposes a new path for this new world. What doctrine does she teach? What does she seek to achieve? Are you sworn to aid or to stop her? Nice. All right. So we've only got a few more of these. We got firstborn, beasts, and horrors. So firstborn are things like, other fantasy races, elves and trolls and giants and so on. So let's figure out what's true about the firstborn. So the first option is the firstborn have passed into legend. Some say the remnants of the old tribes still dwell in deep forests or high mountains. Most believe they were never anything more than myth. Or, the firstborn live in isolation and are fiercely protective of their own lands. Or, the firstborn hold sway in the Iron Lands. The elves of the deep forests and the giants of the hills tolerate us and even trade with us for now. Ironlanders fear the day they decide we are no longer welcome here. I feel like I'm really drawn to... Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling drawn to everything that still just makes this like a scary place. A scary, hard place to be. And so the idea that there are some here and we don't really know what they want, but you can't go to those places, and you don't really understand what their deal is, that's kind of fits into a whole scarier aspect. And like maybe eventually it would become a more peaceful relationship, but for now it's still kind of a, you stay over there, we'll stay over here, and hopefully that can last for a while. I like that. So, the firstborn live in isolation and are fiercely protective of their own lands. So they're around, but you don't go there. So next is beasts. And in this context, beasts is not just like animals, but rather unusual, monstrous animals, or rodents of an unusual size, for example. So beasts, we could say, the beasts of old are nothing but legend. A few who travel deep into the deep forests and high mountains return with wild tales of monstrous creatures, but they are obviously delusional. No such things exist. Or, monstrous beasts stalk the wild areas of the Iron Lands. Or, beasts of all sorts roam the Iron Lands. They dwell primarily in the reaches, but range into settled lands to hunt. There they often prey on cattle, but attacks on travelers, caravans, or even settlements are not uncommon. Well, given our whole theme here that we're trying to establish of this is a hard, brutal place to live. You have to be made of iron to survive there. I think these beasts of all sorts roam the Ironlands. Yeah, it's an ongoing threat. You have to be careful. So the quest starter, the suggestion that it gives here is professional slayers earn their keep by killing beasts. This particular slayer, feared throughout the Ironlands for her numerous kills, has gone missing on a hunt. Did she finally meet her match, or is something more nefarious at play? What is your connection to her? All right, and last but not least, horrors. And so the choices presented for horrors are nothing but stories to frighten children, or we are wary of dark forests and deep waterways, for monsters lurk in those places. In the depths of the long night, when all is wreathed in darkness, only fools venture beyond their homes. Or the dead do not rest in the Ironlands. At night we light torches, scatter salt, and post sentries at the gate. It is not enough. They are coming. I like the idea that it is an occasional threat rather than constant, especially since we've made the beasts constant. I think that it's something that we still, like the firstborn, we know about it. It happens sometimes, but it's an occasional scary threat rather than just constant daily life that you have to worry about. Well, if you go out hunting, you might be attacked by a giant wolf. So let's leave it in that middle ground one. Whoops. There we go. So this happens sometimes. Monsters lurk in those places, and then there are times when it gets worse everywhere. All right, so let's just briefly recap here. Truths about our world. So what we know is that we came from an old world that was failing. We had used up all of its resources. We were too many people. We apparently said prayers to gods that weren't listening, and in order to not starve, those of us who came to the Ironlands had to flee, and we came here hoping for a new start and to find a new way of living that won't lead to ruin like the ways of the old world. And yet, this place that we've come to is bleak and hard and harsh, and it's tough to be here. Only those made of iron dare live in this foul place. But we are made of iron, and we will, make our way here. In the legacies, though, there are ancient ruins beyond, before even the firstborn, where, maybe those belonged to a civilization more advanced than ever any we know. Likewise, though, there are communities. It's not just tiny isolated villages. There are some where there's been more of an established beachhead. In particular, I think, we're going to talk more about the map here in a minute. But there is sometimes trade and sometimes inter-circle conflict. But by and large, you don't have any big cities, and you also don't, but you do have some like medium-sized. Meanwhile, leaders, it depends on the place. Could be anything. Like every circle has its own ideas about how to govern their people. But in the Ironlands, it's everything we can do to just start trying to make our way here. Most circles are barely above subsistence level, and so that means that everyone has to be able to fight off these beasts. Everyone gets trained. Everyone has to fight because there's just not enough spare resources to go around to support organized fighting forces who don't do other things too. But, mysticism, is there magic? Well, Some people think so, but not, most people think it's not real. Yeah, or, if it was ever real, it's gone now. Yeah. So, whereas religion, same deal. He's like, well, you know what? The gods didn't help us before. Why should we keep praying to them now? Some people do, but no, not the Ironlanders. Meanwhile, though, there are other peoples who live in these lands, the firstborn, elves, giants, Larue, which are kind of like werewolves, live in various places, and they are very protective of their territory. So, like, even as we try to carve a place for ourselves here, we understand that there are some places that would be more vigorously defended than others. And meanwhile, everywhere in the Ironlands, beasts of all sorts, everywhere, constant threat. You have to be on your guard anytime you leave the safety of city of your town's barricades. And what's Fulisade? Is that the name? No. I'm totally blanking on the name of those. When you have the logs as a wall around a community. I want to say Fulisade. I can't remember. But meanwhile, there are also sometimes horrors that lurk in scarier places. And, mostly it's not a problem for people who stay in the safety of their community, but so every so often, even nowhere is completely safe. Okay, so we've established the truths about the world. So let's talk about making a character. So, oops, I did not open the character sheet. That's right, because I'm doing that in, so here's the character sheet, and this is a placeholder name for right now. So hang on, there we go. So let's see. So this is a placeholder name. We're going to come up with a name. But let's talk a little bit about what's shown here. So we've got 5 stats. Edge, which is kind of all about doing things, dexterously, efficiently, precisely. Iron is kind of your strength stand-in. That's, just sheer toughness and physical might. Heart is where you've got your empathy and your understanding and your ability to connect with other people, which is very important, as we'll get into a little bit. And then shadow is where you're talking about doing things like stealthily or sneakily, or being deceptive and that sort of thing. And then wits, of course, is just, a strict like understanding and knowledge about the world. And so we have several other things listed here. Like there's experience, which we will cover once we have, completed a vow. But basically, once you swear an iron vow and then fulfill it, that's how you get experience and then advance your character. But in the meantime, we've also got this track on the left, which is called momentum. And we'll talk more about that once we start actually doing rolls and everything. But basically, it's a mechanic that kind of governs how well things are going for you. And if, things are going well, you can build up momentum, which helps you to continue to do well. But it can also work in the reverse. If you kind of end up getting stuck with a low momentum, it can actually hinder you. And so you have to try to start thinking about ways that you can get it back. But we also have these tracks here: health, spirit, and those are, I think, both fairly standard. You've got your physical health and then your mental well-being. And then supply is sort of an abstracted measure of, have you got enough food? Have you got enough water? Is your gear in good shape? And that sort of thing. Now, getting to 0 in any of these things is not like an automatic death. There's just different rules that come into play. So like we've got the moves reference over here that covers various situations. And that's how you would address some of those things when they happen. But then also here, bonds. These are things where you start making bonds when you form the character, and each new bond made with an NPC or a community is 1 tick, and then each box can have 2 ticks or 3 ticks or 4 ticks. And on the the Roll20 version of the character sheet here, they've got that handily represented with the symbols there. But the idea is that once you make 4, you would start with the next tick would go into the second box. And so gradually, as you make bonds with various characters over the course of your adventure or campaign, you are filling up these boxes. And the reason that's important is that, like, you could go through most of the game not ever trying to forge bonds with anybody, but the intent is that you are trying to forge bonds with people, or that's one way to play, at least, because the epilogue move that you can do when you want to retire a character, the odds of you being able to get a happy ending for your character where they get what they want, you increase your likelihood of that by having lots of bonds. And that is done with a special kind of move that we probably won't talk about here, but it's similar to something that we will cover a little bit later, because it's essentially a progress track, which is something that other mechanisms use also. And then we have vows, because this game is all, the title is Ironsworn, because you make an iron vow. And one of the things that I think is really interesting about this game, in general, RPGs, whatever the reward mechanism is, usually you're wanting to advance your character in some way or accomplish things. Well, what the game rewards you for doing is what the game will end up centered on, right? So in Dungeons and Dragons, for example, if you play a game where you only level up by getting XP and you only get XP by killing monsters, people want to level up, and so they know they have to kill monsters, and so you're going to have a game about monster killing. Whereas this game, the way you get experience is by swearing an iron vow and then fulfilling that vow. And so it's trying to make a game where that is what the story is that you are someone who is going out into the world and you make an iron vow by taking a piece of iron, and it's all, whether it's truly magical or not, like in our setting, maybe it's questionable. Like, is there really any magic to it, or is it just a tradition, or what? But you swear an iron vow to take on a quest. And then when you complete that quest, that's how you get experience. And so here's where you track those. So when we are making our character, you start with a background vow that was already true about your character. Then you have an inciting incident where what do we begin this story with? And then you can take on additional vows also. And depending on what level of difficulty, each vow gets assigned a level of difficulty. And depending on how difficult it is, you have to fill up the progress track. And it's very much like the bonds one we talked about earlier. And so every time you make progress on a vow, if it's a troublesome vow, you fill up 3 full boxes every time you make progress. And there's 10 total boxes. So, you might have to, if you make progress on a troublesome vow, which is the easiest kind, 3 times, you would have 9 out of 10 boxes. And then when you're ready to try to complete it, you're rolling with that 9 and to see if that's successful. And the more progress you have marked, the more likely you are to be able to succeed. Hello, Expedition Fiction. Welcome to the stream. And every vow that you make is going to have that same quality to it. And these progress tracks are also used for things like making a journey, which I think is a neat way to do it. And I've actually been thinking a little bit about maybe using that mechanism a little bit for just doing ordinary travel time even in a Dungeons and Dragons game. And then, of course, last but not least, on the character sheet here, we have abilities like wounded, unprepared, shaken, encumbered, marked, haunted, maimed, corrupted. These are all things that can happen to you over the course of play, and they have various impacts. So every one of these things that's checked reduces the maximum momentum you can have, and it reduces your reset. But it's also, there are certain moves that you would have to do and succeed on in order to remove that mark. So let's look at the rule book here and talk about making our character. Where do we start? So we're going to envision our character and be who you want, where to start, and so our name, and we have Ironlander names tables on the page, and so we'll go look at those in just a moment. But so it talks about the stats here, and the way we start is we choose one stat and give ourselves a 3, which is the high, as high as they ever go. And then 2 more of them get a 2, and then 2 of them get a 1. Pretty standard stuff. Everyone starts with, +5 of health and spirit and supply. One interesting thing related to supply is that if you're playing in a game where you have more than one player, everyone in the party shares the supply track. So that means that if we're in a party, even if there's 4 of us, if something happens to me that makes me lose 1 momentum, I would go from +5 to +4, but that means the whole party goes from +5 to +4. Interesting, I think. Because it makes sense that if you're a party, you're sharing all that stuff, and why wouldn't you, right? So, and then talks about momentum, which we'll get more into when we talk about like the mechanics of when we start making rolls. And then vows and so on, and then bonds, and we kind of talked through those things. And then it's a little bit more detailed about the effect that some of those have. Like, for example, if you are wounded, you cannot increase your health until you are able to remove the wounded track, the wounded debility. And likewise, shaken, can't improve spirit until you get rid of that. And likewise, unprepared, you can't improve supply. And so there are things that you would have to do in the story in order to remove those. I think that's a neat way to handle it. And one of the things that I observed watching Adam Coble go through this is he was playing a character that was not necessarily very interested in making all of these bonds with people, was more interested in just making money, which is fine, but he kind of ended up letting his supply dwindle until it got to 0 and he was unprepared. But then he realized he can't just go and do the resupply move to re-up, because in the fiction, he has lost some things that cannot just be recovered by like foraging. And so now he has to go to a community and do a move called Sojourn that involves like seeking assistance from other people. He has to do that in order to remove unprepared, or else he's just stuck at unprepared all the time. And I thought that was kind of an interesting fictional way to force certain things to happen, but building it into the fiction of it. I thought that was kind of neat. And then likewise, maimed and corrupted and cursed and tormented are slightly more, intense things that might happen to you. And then encumbered is just something you would add if it makes sense in the fiction. Like if you're having to carry something heavy over a long distance, you would be encumbered. But so let's look at name. And so let's go look at names, and then also, so we have all of these different tables, and this is also something that I think is pretty cool about this, is that it has lots of tables about, character goals, character jobs, settlement troubles, settlement name generators, location descriptors, combat actions, mystic backlash, plot twists. And I think all of those are really cool, and it's what enables the solo play version of the game, because if you're ever kind of stuck, I don't know what happens next, you roll for it on the Oracle table. I think that's neat. So let's look at Ironlander names. And you know what? It's a table that we can roll on, so let's roll on it. So I'm going to just hop on the Roll20 roller here, I'm going to roll percentile dice. We got 59, which means that our character's name is Chenda. Chenda. All right. And we've popped it on there. And so, now that we know our character's name, we have to start thinking about what is their deal. Stats. Got to decide what is the thing that they're best at. What is the thing that they're, pretty good at. What are the things that they're maybe just average or worse, maybe even. But I think in general, when we're talking about these stats, we are a hero character. And so we're going to be excel at all of these things, but certainly better at some things than others. So does anyone in the chat have a thought about what you would like to see be the number one stat that we get a +3 on? No worries if people want to lurk. That's fine too. But let's see. Oh, we've got a suggestion for heart. I like that too, actually. That actually was kind of where I was leaning to, especially just because we were talking earlier about the idea that to get your character a happy ending, you have to be making bonds with people, and that's about heart. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's say heart is +3. And now we have to say, okay, what about our next two stats that are going to be +2? Well, how about this? I'm going to roll a d4. I'm going to roll 2d4 and see if they and say edge is 1, iron 2, shadow 3, wits 4. And so let's see if that gives us suggestions. Because there's so many tables in this game, it seems a shame to not use them. All right, so we got a 4 and a 2. So that's wits and iron. So let's go ahead and make wits and iron 2s. And that means shadow and edge are 1. And so that means that we're a character that has a big heart, really understands people, gets people, likes people, and is smart, like maybe educated, at least in a greater than average sense, understands things, can put connections together in the natural world, but also strong, out there in the world, having to fight, having to scrap. But we're not as good with shadow. Maybe we aren't great at lying to people. We aren't great at being stealthy. And maybe ranged combat is not our thing because we're about, we're about the brute strength, not the finesse. Yeah, so we've got suggestion, good friend who knows how to throw down. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we've got our stats. So we've got edge of 1, iron of 2, heart of 3, shadow of 1, wit of 2. We've got health at +5, spirit 5, supply 5. And then momentum, to begin with, we start at our reset value, which is +2. Now, the Roll20 character sheet actually does some of this automatically, which is pretty nice. So one of the things that happens if we end up with any debilities, like say we get wounded, check the box down there and wounded, and you see now the maximum momentum is 9 instead of 10, and the reset value becomes +1 instead of +2. And I uncheck it, and those things turn back. And so we'll see more about how the momentum actually affects play when we get there. But so swearing an iron vow is a move that you do, and you can actually be more or less successful at it. But what we are going to have to do first is have a long-term goal, which is the background vow, and then an immediate situation which must be dealt with, which will be the inciting incident. And so we've got quest starter suggestions in the Your World. We looked at those on some of those on the workbook, and also some that are in the Foes and Encounters page. And then so to learn more about your starting vows, see page 195. So let's go ahead and go there. Mark your background. background bonds are there too, but we're going to do vows first. So when you create your character, you give yourself a background vow to represent a primary motivation or ultimate goal. This vow is part of your character's backstory. It may be a vow sworn years ago or one which is a reaction to some recent major event. Write down the vow and give it a rank of extreme or epic. You don't need to make the swear and iron vow move for this quest because it's intended to have already been in play. It is part of what set this character out, set Chenda out on this journey to be a hero. So fulfilling this vow will not be easy. In story time, it might take months, years, or even decades to see it fulfilled. You may even decide that it's not something that you really make any progress on during the campaign. It's just background for your character. I think that's cool. So one example that they give here is that your former life as a raider and you were haunted by your past, but you have sworn to see this raider clan defeated. But it's a powerful clan. You couldn't possibly do it by yourself. So what are you going to do? So let's think about the truths about this world that we established. So the truths about this world included things like that the old ways failed us, and everybody's trying something different. But it's a harsh world, and a lot of those new systems are probably gonna fail. And although there is some communication between the circles and some trade and some conflict, it's still not a thriving network of communities. And so what if the background vow, I don't know, because like my first thought was like, find a new way to live that won't have the same failures of the old way. But that's also kind of abstract. Like, how would we know when we're done, right? Because, you could come up with a system that seems to work great for 50 years and then fails, right? Like, would that be a success? So we need something that we could definitively mark progress against. Like, we would know when we have made progress. And we could lose progress, but it's not an abstract goal, is the point. What if the goal is to seek out the various representatives of the firstborn, and see how they govern, or like what they think. That's, and that would be a challenging thing that would be very difficult because we established that the firstborn here are fiercely protective and wouldn't really be necessarily open to that. But we could track progress about it, right? Like we could say, we are going to meet with the elves, but in order to try to have this conversation with them, first we would have to travel to their lands. We'd have to try to make an introduction. We'd have to maybe we have to do something for them in order to earn some trust, in order to talk to someone else. Like, that could work. Yeah, so let's set that as the background vow. There's a suggestion, something happened to family and friends. We can definitely include that as part of the motivating factor for it. Maybe. So background vow, let's see. Entreat firstborn for advice. Let's see. Learn the ways of the firstborn. Right, and that's going to be an epic quest. And so probably, we might have as a general objective to go forward. So the idea of what happened to family and friends, I think that maybe is something we could incorporate into, like, why? Why is Chenda interested in doing that? How did that come to happen? Well, maybe part of it was that family on the journey over. So like we're several decades in to the settlement here. So our character probably was not one of the people that actually came from the old world. How about this? What if we say that our character's family settled in a place that was trying to, as much as possible, just rebuild the way the old world did it? And they found just increasingly that that was just not going to work. People were fed up with those ways. This land was too harsh for those old world traditions to succeed. And maybe Chenda's parents were ones that felt all along that this community had the wrong idea, that we needed to understand different ways of doing things, and maybe always talked about the other peoples who live in this land have been here so much longer than us. What if they have wisdom that they could impart to us? And so the idea that as Chenda saw their community just increasingly fail to thrive in this harsh landscape, this lingering concept of there might be other better ways and we don't even know because we're so chaotic. There's people just trying their own random things. There's people trying to do the old things. But shouldn't we seek out the wisdom of the firstborn? And so maybe that's kind of how it went down. So let's look at, my other handouts here. We've got the world truths, but then there's people and places, and then adventure journal. So adventure journal would be the things that I think we do with stuff moving forward, but people and places. So let's figure out where our character came from. So let's look at some of these settlement things. So ways to do a settlement name, like they have a table first where you can say, you do one roll to say, is the settlement named after, like how is it named? And then it has suggested names along with that. And then it has another table that is just quick names. But let's go through the whole process here. So let's roll another D100. And that's a 5. So on this one, the 5 would say that the settlement is named after a feature of the landscape. And so the example names, if we roll again, 71, Whitefall. So Chenda's home settlement, Whitefall. Now that suggests probably like a waterfall, right? That would seem to be, what is this feature of the landscape? Whitefall sounds like it's probably a waterfall. Now there are some location descriptors here. So let's roll on this one here just to see if we can get another adjective for this waterfall that is nearby this settlement. 92 settled. I think we're going to roll again because we know it's settled because we're building a settlement here. So let's roll one more time. 91 is literally also settled. So let's try that again. 57. You know what? I think actually, how about this? Because we rolled twice and got both settled, and those were both things we kind of knew about it already. What if we say that there was actually an initial settlement here from some of the other people fleeing the old world, but then this group of people actually came and kicked those people out of what they had already built. So there's already kind of an upsetting, ugly flavor of, doing things the way the old world did. And so, and then on top of that, 57 is foul. So how about this? Part of how this settlement went bad, Whitefall is named for the nearby waterfall. Well, so you know what? Let's look at the map. Let's look at the map here and decide where this place is. So the book provides basic descriptions of each of these regions and says that in general, most people live in the havens because it's kind of the area that is simultaneously sort of the most hospitable and not otherwise already occupied. There's definitely people in the Ragged Coast, the Barrier Islands. I think, so we've got rocky fjords on the Ragged Coast. Barrier Islands is straightforward. Deep Wilds is like dense old growth forests, and that's where like most of the elves are likely to be. Flooded lands is like swamps and stuff, and I think probably there are horrors there. Hinterlands, Tempest Hills, Veiled Mountains, Shattered Wastes, we've got increasingly, deep hills, high mountains, and then there's giants and other creatures up there. So Havens is kind of where most people are. But let's say that, you know what? Let's first of all, let's pull up. I'm kind of thinking Hinterlands maybe to have a waterfall there. So let's look at what it says about the Hinterlands. So in the Hinterlands, it says that dense forests nestled against rugged terrain, hunter camps and remote settlements, birdsong interspersed with sudden unsettling stillness, Ironlanders foraging and hunting game, hungry beasts stalking, and then Varu bands. Those are the ones that are kind of like werewolves. I think I said LaRue before, but howling their war song. So maybe that's not the best place for waterfall. What about Tempest Hills? I think that's where there's giants, maybe. Stunted forests, howling. You know what? If this place, I think. You know what? Let's maybe just go ahead and put it on the Ragged Coast instead of trying to go further inland. We got fjords there, so we could imagine that if there's fjords and there's a river, you could definitely have places where that makes a waterfall. And so narrow fjords, settlements built on rocky shores, trade ships flying colorful sails, shipbuilders hammering at wooden hulls, raiders sounding the drums of war, schools of orca gliding through the waves, monstrous serpents rising from unfathomable depths, and there's more quest starters there. Yeah, so let's go ahead and put one of our settlements on the map here. So let's just make it be right here. And that is going to be Whitefall. All right, so Whitefall. And so Whitefall, named for the nearby waterfall where a river reaches a rocky cliff before it plunges into the fjord. It was previously settled by other refugees from the old world, but the current occupants of Whitefall came later and drove them away. They continued to try and live like they did in the old world, but the conflict fouled the land, and the settlement has been gradually waning ever. All right, and then and that was Chenda's home settlement. Her family disapproved of the circle settlement leadership, and Chenda's mother. Chenda's mother. Let's give Chenda's mother a name. Ironlander names. 98. Bass. Chenda's mother, Bass, often fantasized about traveling to distant regions to seek out the wisdom and ways of the firstborn. When Chenda came of age, her parents made her swear to find a better way of living, or else all the Ironlanders were doomed to suffer the same fate of the old world. All right. So that is our background vow. And now we know a little bit more about, like, where's our character from? What's, where did she come from? What is she all about? I wish that window would maintain the way I pull it up and load it, but yeah. Okay, so we've got our background vow. That's going to be pretty epic, I think. So we don't have any established ways, progress there. But we're also going to we need to establish our bonds, our starter bonds. And I think we've already established one bond for your home village. And I think it says give yourself up to 3 to start. And so let's say you also envision an NPC clan overseer. This is just an example, but we've just established already that we have a home settlement of Whitefall and Mother Bass. So we have those 2 bonds, and then it suggests here too that if you don't have an idea for your 3rd bond, you can keep it in reserve and decide to allocate it when you get to a point where it would make sense. So yeah, let's go ahead and mark 2. We'll just remember that we have a 3rd one that we can mark at some point. And let's talk about where, and adventure journal, let's go ahead and put, put bonds as a heading there. And so bonds, we have bond with settlement of Whitefall in the Ragged Coast, and Bass, Chenda's mother. Actually, that doesn't go in Adventure Journal. That definitely goes in People and Places. I don't know what I was just thinking. All right, so let's close that and put it in People and Places instead. All right, so now we got to keep track of what those bonds are, because we get bonuses when we do things related to them later. So we've got 2 of our bonds. We have a 3rd one kind of in waiting that we can decide on. Or, you know what, let's just go ahead and decide that it's another, yeah, well, you know what, we'll come to it later. So inciting incident, we need to decide what the inciting incident is. And so envision your inciting incident. And the guidance is make it personal. It's important to the character. Make it a problem that won't go away on its own. Give it a ticking clock. The problem won't wait for you. And make it universal. And meaning if we were playing with a whole party, we would want to have it matter to everybody. Not up the stakes, and then limit the scope, meaning this is, unlike your background vow, this is a problem which you can and must deal with now. In gameplay turns, you swear an iron vow and mark it as troublesome, dangerous, or formidable. If all goes well, it might be resolved in a session or two. If you don't act, things will get worse. So these are, first of all, let's decide how about this? Our character is not only just setting out from Whitefall, they have traveled to some other settlement, right? So let's first establish that as we have traveled to one other place and we've arrived there, and that's where this inciting incident has happened. And we can go ahead and assign our third bond on that basis. So let's go back to our settlement names. And let's try the settlement name generator table this time. So 18 is Greyhope. All right. So the settlement of Greyhope is probably not too far if we're saying it's, like the first place that we've been to. Greyhope. And let's figure out who we have a bond with there. And so we have all of these different sort of, character roles. So let's see, character role. So we have made a bond with 65 is a scout in Greyhope. Scout in Greyhope. And this person's name is 7. Katya. All right. And so let's figure out what is Greyhope's deal. So Greyhope is, let's see, there's settlement troubles. And we can do that to determine our inciting incident. But let's character descriptors. So let's say the settlement, the people of, so, you know what, let's make settlement names here bigger, and then we'll bold characters within them. Okay, and then Katya, scout in Greyhope, and let's roll 3 descriptions of Katya and find out what's their deal. So we got a 38, an 11, and a 24. So Katya is 38. She is disfigured. And she is also ugly. Well, I mean, that's kind of coincidentally goes with disfigured, but also, and then 24, experienced. Okay. So that is someone that Chenda has made a bond with, perhaps traveling to this other settlement for the first time. They found someone and connected with them. They found Katya and said, discovered like this person really knows what they're talking about with traveling around and experiencing all these different places. And so that's who we have made our third bond with. So we'll go ahead and make that a 3-tick track on the bonds. And let's figure out what is the general character description of Greyhope. So let's use the same table for characters, but this time we're talking about, in general, the people of Greyhope are, and let's do 3 more of these rolls. 31, 86, 57. So 31 is dependent. 86 is sick. Ooh. And 57 is powerful. Interesting. Let's think about what it means to be both powerful but also sick and dependent. Like, what does that mean? Because there's some complexity there where, initially we could look at that and say, oh, those contradict each other, so let's just roll again. But instead, let's think about it like, how can we figure out why that would be true? So what we could potentially say maybe is that there are some people in the settlement that are definitely powerful, and everybody else in the settlement is dependent on them. That could be it. Or maybe what we could say is that they are powerful, but only because they are dependent on something. Like, without that thing they're dependent on, they would not be powerful. So they're powerful dependent on something. And how does sick work in with that? Like, because sick could mean a couple of different things, right? It could mean physical ailments. We know that Katya is disfigured. Is that disfigurement perhaps something related to this sickness? And so maybe there's some sort of a plague that goes through this place and causes disfiguring, like scars or something like that. If you don't die, you end up with these disfiguring scars. Maybe that could be what's going on there. Oh, you know what I just realized too, though, that we haven't done yet, that we need to pick assets, which we'll do after we get to this inciting incident. So let's say this. Leaders of Greyhope have a personal guard that they use to protect settlement from beasts, but also use to enforce the whims of the tyrannical leadership. And then currently there's this illness going through, and maybe that's putting stress on it because the leadership, not wanting to get sick, is locked themselves away and is using their soldiers to be more brutal than otherwise and hoard resources for themselves. They are currently hoarding resources that the others in the settlement need, because they are afraid of the illness, which can be fatal and invariably leaves disfiguring scars. And so what we know then is that Katya had this illness and has recovered from it. But so what we've got is we've got the sickness covered, we've got powerful people, but those powerful people are dependent on the people that they're hiring as guards. And so, like, if they couldn't keep those guards loyal to them, their power disappears. It's the whole thing, like in Game of Thrones, with the idea of like the sellsword in the room with the priest and the king and so on, is like, who has the power? Well, I mean, the sellsword, theoretically has the power, right? So that's an interesting idea for Grey Hope. But let's also now say, what's the settlement trouble? Let's roll on the settlement trouble. 22, there's a rival settlement. So in addition to all of the other stuff going on, there's a rival settlement, and that settlement's name is 66, Grimland. Grimland, okay, is Grimland. And, okay, so maybe the rival settlement is Grimland, and so in this context, is it just kind of a straightforward fighting about that? Is it just fighting over territory or control of resources? So let's see. Well, you know what? Character goal, we've got a table for. So let's do character goal to say, why are these two settlements rivals? 3, make an agreement. That doesn't seem like a good reason for them to be rivals, although it could be that they have been trying to make an agreement, and they're having trouble. Okay, so maybe what it is that they both settlements are trying to come to an agreement about hunting rights in the nearby territory. All right, so that is what's going on in Grey Hope, but we don't have an inciting incident yet. So we'll have to think about that. But let's put Grey Hope and Grimland on our map here. So let's go ahead and make those slightly more inland. And they would have to be close to each other for them to be rivals. Grey Hope, Grimland. Grimland is such a ridiculous name. Okay. All right. So we need an inciting incident, though, and let's say we've made this bond with Katya. Katya is a scout. Let's come up with a goal for Katya and see, maybe that's why we would have an inciting incident. Katya also gets make an agreement. So Katya has maybe been tasked. She's one of the people who actually leaves the borders of, how about this? So we've made friends with Katya, but Katya's problem right now is that the two towns have been trying to make this agreement, and she's supposed to be one of the envoys, but maybe she is still recovering from this illness. She's got the scars, she's on the mend, but still too weak to travel by herself. And so these two towns are gonna come to blows, and they're already rough places to be. And Katya, who seems like maybe the only sensible person in this whole darn place, is trying to do what she can to help these two towns come to an agreement so they can stop fighting, but she can't travel on her own. So let's say then that our vow, our inciting incident vow, is where's our character sheet? Our inciting incident vow is escort Katya and assist with the negotiations. Assist is too vague, right? We want this vow to be something that we can definitively say we either have or haven't fulfilled, and just help with. Help with is too, so we can say, and reach an agreement with Grimland. All right. So because we've got kind of a two-part thing there, obviously we've got to get Katya to this other place. Let's so we said in the rules here, let's see, where's our I skipped away from it. It suggested that we, for this inciting incident, inciting incident should be marked as so we're going to do the swear and iron vow move and mark it as troublesome, dangerous, or formidable. So those are let's go ahead and make it that second level. You know what? For our first one, let's just make it troublesome. And so our adventure journal unite the rival or escort mission. We'll just call it that. No, adventure journal. I want to keep this as in one thing. All right. So, first vow. Escort Katya to Grimland and help bring the negotiations to a successful close. All right. So that's our first vow. And so in order to mark progress on it, we have to identify what are some of the key elements of doing that, right? So what are some of the things we would need to do? Obviously, we would need to get Katya to Grimland safely. Complete the negotiations. Return to Greyhope. Now, if we can, with a troublesome quest, because making progress on the quest will do three boxes of the 10 for each one. If we complete all three of those things successfully, then we will be at 9 out of 10 progress, and that's a pretty good opportunity to try, closing the fulfilling the vow. So I think that's a good starting point. But we also still have to pick assets. So assets, let's pull up a different table here. So as part of being a quest, we pick, so we've got a whole bunch of cards here, and we get to pick 3 of them. And so we have to decide what kind of assets we want to have. And this makes a big difference in terms of what you can do in the game. It's basically, it's like your weapons or your subclass or all of those sorts of things. So the categories are companions, and paths, which are sort of like a specialization, and then also combat talents, which is pretty straightforward. And then there are rituals, which are kind of like magic stuff. But given that we've said magic is pretty unknown in this setting, I think that we're probably not going to use any rituals. So we have to pick 3 things from amongst all of these. So do we want a companion? So the choices for companion: cave lion, giant spider, hawk, horse, hound, kindred, which would be another person, mammoth, owl, raven, or a young wyvern. All of those sound pretty cool. For paths, there's alchemist, animalkin, banner-sworn, battle-scarred, blade-bound, bonded, dancer, devotant, empowered, fortune hunter, herbalist, honor-bound, improviser, infiltrator, loyalist, masked, oathbreaker, outcast, pretender, revenant, rider, ritualist, shadowkin, sighted, slayer, spirit-bound, story weaver, trickster, veteran, waterborne, wayfinder, weapon master, wild blood, right, as in WRIGHT. So lots of choices there, obviously. I think some of those we would probably eliminate just on the basis of this world setting that we've created. Then combat talent includes a lot of things too. So I think I'm not feeling a companion right now for this character. Like, we could get one later. Part of what you do with experience is you can get new assets. So maybe we'll discover at some future point that it makes sense to get an asset. But for now, let's choose maybe 1 path and 2 combat talents. So paths, let's get something. See, on the one hand, we could get something that is connected to our strength of heart, right? And that would make us even better at the better thing we're at. Or we could get something that's more general, right? Like, if we're not as good at edge or shadow, we could get something that sort of supplements us there. Do we want to be more well-rounded, or do we want to be more specialized? That's always the dilemma, right? So let's see. If we look at, path bonded has a little heart on there. So what we would get if we did that one is, when you make a move which gives you an add for sharing a bond, add +1 more. That just suggests that our bonds are sort of like extra close. Yeah. Let's. I like that. So that's maybe one thing we could consider. Dancer is kind of an interesting one. It's sort of an edge related one. So it's like when you do something with edge, which is not our strong suit. Let's see. Some of these others. You know what? I like the how about so, and then there's herbalist, which is like being sort of a healer. And when you try to heal with herbal remedies, you can get you can make that better. You know what? I'm going to choose to be bonded and an herbalist, and then let's get us a combat talent. One of the things too that in general we'll probably have to decide what weapon we have and what our iron vows are sworn on, because part of the flavor here is that when you swear an iron vow, you swear it on a particular piece of iron, and you do not swear another vow on the same piece of iron. You need a different piece of iron. And so let's say that our character has a sword, and that is what our background vow is sworn on. And so this new vow, let's say, is on an iron ring. I'm going to add that to the character sheet. Iron sword. All right. So in the adventure journal, let's add a section for assets. Actually, this would probably best go on the character sheet notes. So let's add those here. Assets. Okay. bonded. So bonded, which is a path. And so when we take the asset to begin with, we only have the one with the filled in circle. And so later we can use experience to upgrade it to get the next thing, or you can buy a new asset. Those are the two things you can do with experience. But so to begin with, bonded path, we get when you make a move, which gives you an add for sharing a bond, add +1 more. So if a move usually says if you share a bond with someone, add +1, we would add +2. And then if you, and then so if I'm also an herbalist, the thing that I would have access to right away is that when you attempt to heal using herbal remedies and you have at least +1 supply, you may choose one, decide before rolling. You can either add +2 to your roll, or on a hit, take or give an additional +1 health. So if I'm, basically just, you have to decide before rolling, because either you're adding +2 to your likelihood of success, or if you succeed, it's even better, but you have to decide before. Okay, and so we need one more asset. Let's make that a combat talent. So combat talents, we've got, archer, berserker, brawler, cutthroat, duelist, fletcher, ironclad, long arm, shield bearer, skirmisher. And some of these say, like you have to, some of these you have to be wearing wielding a certain type of weapon. And so swordmaster, if you wield a sword. When you strike or clash and burn momentum to improve your result, inflict +2 harm. Yeah, okay, so I'll do that. And so that makes it, like with that decided, oops. Sword master combat. So, whoops, well, that's weird. Why did it do that? Okay, I don't. It's trying to do a weird formatting on me. All right, so with those things settled, that means it's actually finally time to do our first roll. And so we're going to swear an iron vow to perform this escort Katya and reach an agreement with Grimland, and we're going to swear it on an iron ring. So having made this connection to Katya, really respecting their skills, but understanding that they're at a moment of weakness right now, and this important critical journey must be made now, but she needs help. We're going to swear an iron vow to help her. So let's swear an iron vow. So when you swear upon an iron to complete a quest, write your vow and give the quest a rank, which we have done. Then roll +heart. Oh, well, that's going to be good for us. And if you make this vow to a person or community with whom you share a bond, add +1. Well, we're swearing it to Katya, so we do have a bond. So we would add +1, but we're going to add +2 instead. So we're actually going to roll heart +2. And so when I make this roll, we'll talk about how the rolls work. So, but first I'm clicking the roll heart +2. And let's see how we did. Oh dear, it's a miss. So the way moves work, even Wow. So I rolled as low as that I possibly could. So here, let's look at the rules reference and see how these rules work. So we're rolling a d6. We add our stat, which in my case is heart, so +3, and then any additions, and then we get the final number. So this 6 is, I rolled a 1 on the d6, added +3, and then +3 for heart, and then +2 for my bonds, and it's still only a 6 because I rolled the lowest on the action die. And then you're also rolling the 2d10 that are challenge dice, and the goal is that you want your action score to be above both of the challenge dice. And so if you are successful in getting it above both of them, that's a strong hit. If you're only above one of them, that's a weak hit. If you're below both of them, that's a miss. So even with +5 on that roll, our first roll, this is not optimal. So let's look at the moves reference and see what happens if we miss on swearing an iron vow. On a miss, you face a significant obstacle before you can begin your quest. Envision what stands in your way, ask the oracle if unsure, and then choose one. So let's think about what is the challenge right now. What would be stopping us from undertaking this quest? Well, we established a couple of things about the nature of this settlement, right? That they've got the whole thing where the leaders are kind of tyrannical. So you know what? Let's ask the oracle, because it could be a number of things, but let's find out what it might be. So asking the oracle, one of the ways that you can ask the oracle is by choosing choosing two options, and then deciding which one is going to be the most likely, and then you roll a d100 to see if it makes it tells you which is true, basically. So, well, how about this major plot twist? Is that a good one to do? No, let's not do that. Because how about this? The two possible options are: one is that right now Katya is too sick even to travel with me. Can't even walk yet. That would be one challenge. Or that it could be that something the leaders want me to do something before they will allow me to help Katya. Like they would need me to prove that I'm trustworthy or something. So let's ask the oracle which one it is. Which do we think is more likely? Let me think if I can see. Oracles. So seeking inspiration, one of the oracles in solo co-op play. And so you can... You know what? How about this? Let's do an action and a theme is one of the things that it suggests. And just see if we can interpret how that comes out with to make sense of this challenge. Oops. So we're going to roll 2d100, one for action and one for theme, and then we'll see what the result is and interpret that for how it's a challenge that stops us from undertaking this quest. Got a 46 and a 39. So 46 for action is mourn, and then 39 for theme is nature. Mourn nature. So when I first saw mourn, I was thinking, well, maybe it's just someone who has died from the sickness and we can't go until maybe someone is buried. Oh, what if Katya just lost someone close to them, and before they're willing to travel, we have to go to have this person be buried somewhere outside of the settlement, because we have to bury them in nature, because Katya and this person who is important to them would have wanted to be buried in nature. I like that. So let's figure out who this person was. Let's see. Got character role, and we're gonna say character role, and then then a name. So 46 for the role is an adventurer. Okay, yeah, and then the name would be for 69. Nice. And Macias. Okay, so let's add to our adventure journal here. Right. So we can have this as Chenda's journal here. After meeting Katya, I was astounded by the extent of her experience. I was astounded and inspired by the extent of her experience with traveling between settlements, and her calm demeanor, even the disfiguring scars from her illness could not hide the noble, I don't want to confuse with let's see, the grace with which she navigated these harsh lands. But before we could leave, she needed to see her friend, an adventurer named Macias. Needed to see her friend, an adventurer named Macias, buried on a hilltop outside of town. All right. So now let's look back at the move. So now that we've figured out what the complication is, I have to choose to either give up, forsake the vow, which I don't think we're going to do. Otherwise, suffer -2 momentum and do what you must to overcome the obstacle. So I'm already setting my momentum down from +2 to 0. That's not great. So I would prefer to not have negative momentum. So let's talk now a little bit about what momentum does. If, for example, if I had more momentum on that first roll, right? Let's look at those first rolls. The two rolls were 7 and 8 on the challenge dice. That's what I would have had to get higher than. But let's say that I got an 8 instead of a 6 on my action die. If I had 8 momentum, I could have canceled the 7. And that would have made it a weak hit instead of a miss. And then it would reset my momentum back to the reset value of +2 by burning that momentum. But I didn't have enough. Now I have even less. And if I end up with negative momentum, like even less than 0, anytime, like let's say I have a -1, anytime my action die comes up with a 1, it basically makes my action die a 0. So that would be bad news. And so we don't want to do that. But so let's say now we have to make a journey to this. We have to make a journey to the this hilltop, and we're going to be encumbered because we have to bring the friend, and so that makes us have less total momentum that we can get, and it lowers the reset value while we're encumbered because we're carrying the body of her friend who was he unfortunate succumbed to the same illness that has ravaged so much of the town of Grey Hope. All right, and so let's look at the progress tab on our character sheet. We're going to add a journey to bury Messias. And that's going to be a troublesome journey. I can't imagine it's too far. But, so, let's undertake a journey to go bury Messiah. So, let's look at our moves. We have a move for undertake a journey. So, when you travel across hazardous or unfamiliar lands, set the rank of your journey, we have, it's going to be troublesome. And so, then for each segment of your journey, roll plus wits. And if you are setting off from a community with which you share a bond, add +1 to your initial roll. And so we are, because we have a bond with Katya, and we're actually traveling with Katya. And so we're going to add +2, because we would normally add +1, but because we're bonded, we add +2. So we're going to make the undertake a journey roll. We're going to roll plus wits and add 2. So our wits is 2 already, so it's going to be whatever we get on the action die +4. Okay, so, oh no. The challenge dice were a 10 and a 9, which would be very hard to undertake. Like, that's already very hard. And so even though we got an 8, with we rolled a 4, we added the +2 for wits and the +2 for the bonds and made an 8, but still that's lower than both the 9 and the 10. And so it's still a miss. Arg! Okay, so on a miss, you are waylaid by a perilous event. Oh no, pay the price. Pay the price is another move. So let's look down at our, scroll down through this moves reference and find pay the price. And I think given some of the things we said about the world, pay the price seems likely that a beast might be related, but let's find out. So when you suffer the outcome of a move, you choose one. Make the most obvious negative outcome happen. So we might do that. But the other things that it suggests, envision 2 negative outcomes, rate 1 as likely, and ask the oracle using the yes or no table. On a yes, make that outcome happen. Otherwise, make it the other. Or you can roll on the following table, and it just has a number of things happen there. But, one of the options here is make the most obvious negative outcome happen. And the first thing that came to my mind is that there's a beast attacking us as we tried to travel to this hilltop. So let's say we are attacked by a beast. And let's see, what kind of beast should it be? How about this? I'm going to use the oracle to say this beast could either be, well, let's look at what it says for beasts in our guide here. So like if it has any suggestions for beasts. So it doesn't have, so let's say giant wolf was one of the ones mentioned earlier. Or let's say another giant beast might be a giant boar. How about that? So how about this? Okay. It could be a giant wolf, which is a troublesome enemy, or it could be a giant boar, which would be a dangerous enemy. And we're going to say the wolf is slightly more likely. And so we're going to roll the D100. And if it is 25 or less, it's the boar. And if it's 26 or above, it's the wolf. So, all right, we got 13. So that means we are attacked by a giant boar. Oh, no. All right, so let's go ahead and add to my adventure journal. We had barely made it out of sight of Greyhope when we were attacked out of nowhere by an enormous boar the size of a grizzly bear, which charged out of the forest at us, enraged by whatever angry spirit drives such creatures. Okay, so we deal with, we did not make any progress on our journey because we had a miss, but now we have to add the giant boar, which is a dangerous enemy. So we're going to fight, but we still have to fill up a progress track just like the others. So for progress on a dangerous quest, let me just double check. I'm trying to remember how the how the amount of foes and encounters. So a dangerous creature, when you do 1 unit of harm to them, you fill out 2 of the progress boxes. But also when it deals harm to us, it deals 2 harm. And so in combat, if you are wielding what could be a deadly weapon and you succeed on a hit, you do 2 harm, which in this case would make us fill out 4 boxes. Or if you're doing just like unarmed, that would be 1 harm. And so we have to now figure out how to have a combat. So when we engage a foe in combat, we are giving them a standard progress track. And when you strike or clash and inflict harm, you mark progress. When you fail to defend against an attack, you face physical harm. You make the endure harm move. And so we also have Katya with us, but I think we're imagining that part of the reason she needed company is that she is too sick to fight on her own. So she might be in danger, but is probably not helping to fight. And so once the progress track is full enough, I can try to end the fight and succeed. So let's talk about, okay. Okay. Oh, look, we have got in fact, a boar is one of the things in here, and it's already marked as dangerous. I must have read that and remembered it subconsciously. So features, wiry coat, long tusks, vicious. Drives, it forage, protect territory, defend sows. Tactics, charge and gore, circle and attack again. In the old world, wild boars were belligerent and dangerous animals. Here in the Ironlands, they are even bigger and meaner. They attack without warning or provocation. They will run you down, gore you, bite you, and circle around to do it all again and again and again. That's pretty cool. All right. So let's see. I have to try to remember. So there's a whole thing in this about how you do combat, and I'm trying to remember. There's a thing. initiative is different in this game than like in Dungeons and Dragons, because it basically is a measure of, do you have control of the situation or not? And which moves you can do depends on whether you or the opponent have initiative. I'm trying to remember how you determine whether or not you have the initiative. Okay, so let's see. I'm just looking at this example here. Okay, so all right. So the first order of business is sort out whether there'll be any initiative. And so, like, I could have asked the Oracle if Katya was able to help, but I think we're just going to say no. Into the fight. So enter the fray. I make the enter the fray move, and then that's what helps to determine whether or not I have initiative. This is a game where, like, even if you were playing the style with multiple players and a dungeon master, the dungeon master doesn't roll dice. It's only players roll dice. But so I have to make the move, enter the fray. All right, so enter the fray. Let's find it. Enter the fray. So when you enter into combat, set the rank of each of your foes. We've done that. And then roll to determine who is in control. Oh, okay. So if you are facing off against your foe, roll plus heart. If you are moving into position against an unaware foe or striking without warning, roll plus shadow. Or if you are ambushed, roll plus wits. In this context, as much as I think Chenda is someone who would stand against their foe, I think in this case we were ambushed, right? We were traveling. We weren't expecting to fight anyone, and it just ran out of the forest. That's what we already decided. So that means I think we're going to do the enter the fray move plus wits. So we're going to roll plus wits, and we don't do anything with the bonds in this case. So it's just going to be a plus wits roll, with no additional adds. All right, so we rolled a 4 and added our wits of +2, and so the action roll is a 6. And then the challenge dice were a 7 and a 5. So we were higher than one, but lower than the other, which makes it a weak hit. So on a weak hit for Enter the Fray, bolster your position by taking +2 momentum, or prepare to act by taking initiative. So what that means is I have to choose. I can take initiative, and that means I'm the one that gets to sort of make the first move, or I can gain some momentum, but they make the first move. And I'm low on momentum already, so I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take +2 momentum, get back to +2, but that means they have initiative. And so they're attacking me. The boar is charged out of the wilderness. At the last second, Katya says, "Look out!" And I step in front of her between the boar and draw my sword, but it's already upon me. And so I think when your foe has the initiative and you fight with them in close quarters, roll plus iron. And so that's, I think, what we're doing, right? So it's attacking me, it has initiative, and we're rolling in close quarters, so I'm going to roll plus iron. And so I rolled a 7. That was a 5 plus my iron of 2. That's pretty good. That's almost as good as I can do with iron. And then the challenge dice were a 7 and a 6, and I'm only higher than the 6, which means it's another weak hit. So according to the clash move, on a weak hit, inflict your harm, but then pay the price, and your foe still has initiative. So I inflict my harm. Because I'm using my sword, which is a deadly weapon, I'm going to do 2 harm. And according to the dangerous progress sheet, I do 2 boxes per harm. So that means I do my harm, which means I mark 4 boxes. But I have to now do the pay the price move. And I still don't have initiative. So the pay the price let's see, there's the most obvious negative outcome happen, which, maybe that could be like I just take the boar's harm, which would be 2 harm to me. Or I could imagine 2 negative outcomes, one more likely than the other, and then roll on the oracle. Oh, what? How about this? What if I have to ask the oracle whether it's me or Katya that gets hit by the boar? Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Like, I don't want it to be Katya. I'm trying to protect her. She's weak. So let's see. Let's ask the oracle. It should be me. I'm in front. I'm trying to face off with it. I'm trying to have it attack me. So let's say I'm the one that's more likely, which means 26 or higher. It attacks me, and I'll suffer the harm. Or it hits Katya. Like, I deflect it enough that it veers to one side and hits her instead. So 44, which means is the more likely outcome, which means it does hit me. So I'm going to have to suffer harm, which is a move. Endure harm. So when you face physical damage, suffer minus health equal to your foe's rank or as appropriate to the situation. So that it's dangerous, so it means does 2, which means I take my health from +5 to +3. But then I'm going to roll either plus health or plus iron, whichever is higher. So for me, my health is still +3, which is higher than my iron. So that's still what I'm going to roll for. I'm going to roll for my plus health. And then we'll see whether I get a strong hit, a weak hit, or a miss. So it's a weak hit. I rolled an 8, which was 5 plus my health of 3. And then the challenge dice were a 10 and a 6. So it's a weak hit. What it says for endure harm, on a weak hit, you press on. So there's no additional effect, but I have taken the harm. All right, so, and it still has initiative. So let's see. I could clash with it again. Or, let's see. Let's see. I could do a turn the tide move, which lets me steal initiative to make a move. And when I do, I take +1 and add another +1 momentum on hit. But if I fail to score a hit, I must suffer a dire outcome. And so I think I'm maybe not ready for that. But what other things could I do? I could try to endure I could face danger, for example, or secure an advantage to try to get myself initiative back, right? And that would let me strike rather than clash. So I think face danger, I don't have time to secure an advantage because it describes that as assess a situation, make preparations, or attempt to gain leverage. Or face danger would be attempt something risky or react to an imminent threat. This is an imminent threat, so I think face danger is required. So I want to try to. So it says if you're acting with speed, agility, or precision, roll plus edge. With charm, loyalty, or courage, roll plus heart. With aggressive action, forceful defense, strength, or endurance, roll plus iron. Deception, stealth, or trickery, roll plus shadow, or with expertise, insight, or observation, roll plus wits. And so part of the goal with this is to use one of your better stats to, like, from a mechanical standpoint, you're trying to use one of your better stats in order to try to get initiative back. So with charm, loyalty, or courage, I will say that after that initial exchange, Chenda is just going to draw the sword and unleash just a primal battle scream to just basically try to be intimidating this boar into fleeing. And it may not flee, but we're hoping at least to get it maybe to back up a little bit, and let us take initiative. So we're going to roll plus heart to try to scare it, intimidate it enough that we can take charge of the fight. All right, so rolled plus heart, and we got a 5, which was only a 2 plus 3. The challenge dice were 7 and 3, which means it's another weak hit. So, it's not going to get us. So, on a weak hit, you succeed but face a troublesome cost. Choose one. Either you are delayed, lose advantage, or face a new danger, and you suffer -1 momentum. Or you are tired or hurt, and you endure harm with 1 harm, not the 2 from the boar. Or you are dispirited or afraid, endure stress, or you sacrifice resources, suffer -1 supply. You know what? I'm going to say in this context, what happened is we succeed, but in its sort of thrashing around, trying to reposition itself, it gets a tusk under like one of my satchels and ends up upending it, and it like flies up out of the way and dumps a bunch of my food all over the ground. But I managed to, I succeed though, which means that I take initiative. Wait, no, actually, I think. Let me make sure I understand how this works. Because I'm pretty sure this is how they did it in. Because usually when you want to, you have to get a strong hit to be at initiative. But I think that this, in the various examples they've shown, that is what they show happening. So let me look at this setup here. The weak hit on secure an advantage. Oh, look, on this page, there's an example of exactly what I'm. Weak hit on secure an advantage gives me +1 momentum, another +1 for the fearless momentum. But let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think it makes sense that what's happening here is I'm trying to, the goal of the move was to take initiative. And so I succeed, but I had to pay the cost, so I lost 1 supply. Let me go ahead and indicate that here. So my supply is now +4 instead of +5. I want to try to see, I want another, yeah, I'm going to just go ahead, let's see. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, at least for today, I'll look up to make sure I'm doing it right. But for today, that's how it works. So what that means is that I was successful in taking initiative by scaring it a little bit, but it was at the cost of some of my supplies as we were repositioning in our combat here. But now that I have initiative, I can strike. So I'm going to, when you have initiative and attack in close quarters, roll plus iron. And when you have initiative and attack at range, you roll plus edge. But I'm in close quarters, so I'm rolling plus iron. All right. And that's another weak hit. So I'm getting, this is a hard to get strong hits, apparently. So that's another 5, and then the challenge dice were 3 and 6. So with strike, on a weak hit, you inflict your harm, but lose initiative. So my harm is 2. I do 2 harm, and that means on our progress bar here, we're going to mark another 4 boxes, which means that we're pretty good. Like, we might be close enough to win the fight, but we can't end the fight if we don't have initiative. You have to make a move to take decisive action and score a strong hit in order to then do the end the fight move. So yeah, so that's we can't do that yet. But we could try to turn the tide if we wanted, or we could just clash again. And so let's just go ahead and clash again and see how that goes. I'm just looking at the way this works. So if I do clash, I do harm to it, and it potentially does harm to me, or I pay the price in some other way. As opposed to doing like a face danger or secure an advantage, where I don't do harm, but I may evade harm, but I can hope to get advantage. So since I don't necessarily need to do a lot more harm to it, let's try once again to, what would we be doing what would we be doing this time to try to face danger in order to, I'm losing there we go. Face danger. Here we are. I want to face danger. This time I see after we repositioned itself, it starts looking over at Katya to maybe she's an easier target. And at this point, I thwack it across the haunch in an attack that is definitely not going to hurt it, but will hopefully get it to look back at me instead of at her. So I'm going to go ahead and roll heart because I'm being courageous. Oh no! Okay, so that's I rolled as low as I could. That's a 1 plus 3, which makes 4. And then the challenge dice were 2 and 8, so that's another weak hit. So on a weak hit, you succeed, but face a troublesome cost. And I'm going to say that I'm dispirited or afraid, so I'm going to endure stress as a move, because we haven't seen that one yet. So endure stress, I'm going to take 1 stress with the endure stress move. So when you face mental shock or despair, which I'm going to interpret here as this fight is not going well for me right now, you're going to suffer the spirit equal to the appropriate rank, which is going to be 1 for the move. And then I'm rolling spirit. I'm rolling plus spirit or heart, whichever's higher. My spirit is currently plus 5. So I'm going to roll for spirit. Okay, so I got a 9, which was a 4 plus my spirit of 5, but then the challenge dice were 9 and a 5, which means it's still a weak hit. I don't think I've had a single strong hit yet, have I? No. Yikes. So that's another weak hit. So when you endure stress and you get a weak hit, you press on. So I do take -1 spirit. So my spirit is now only plus 4. But I have taken the initiative. Because the end of fight says not just when you have initiative, it says when you make a move to take decisive action and score a strong hit, you may resolve the outcome of the fight. But I didn't score a strong hit, so I don't think I can do that. I think I'm going to try to... I'm going to try to turn the tide. I'm interested in this just because I'm seeing like I can get it to 10 progress damage and it can't get any higher than that. But in theory, I could just keep wailing on it and keep getting weak hits and never put it down. Let me make sure I'm understanding how the combat works. Like, do I have to end the fight, or if I get to 10 progress, is it just... I don't think it is. I think I have to use the end the fight rule. Let's see. You know what? I'll look it up later. So I'm going to just interpret. I'm interpreting it right now. It doesn't say when you have an initiative you have to get a strong hit. So, but I'm going to try turning the tide once per fight. When you risk it all, You may steal initiative from your foe to make a move, not a progress move. When you do, add +1 and take +1 momentum on a hit. And if you fail to score the hit on that move, you suffer a dire outcome. So I'm using my once per turn to turn the tide. Once per fight to turn the tide. And my attack is, I guess I'm just going to clash. I'm going to clash again. And I get a +1. And if I get a hit, I get to add another +1 momentum. And so I'm gonna clash, which means I'll take another hit from it, but I can potentially I can do my own new harm to it. So let's try that. So I'm clashing with iron, +1. It's another weak hit. Okay, so okay, it is a weak hit, but it means still a hit, so I get to add 1 momentum. But I rolled a 6, which was a 3 + 2 + the 1. And then challenge dice were 3 and a 10. All right, so on clash on a weak hit, I inflict my harm, but then I have to pay the price, and the foe still has initiative. So if I'm paying the price, let's try this time roll on the following table, which is going to be a D100. That's a 21. So on this table, a 21 is your action has an unintended effect. Unintended effect. What would that be? So this time I was clashing with it and I'm paying the price. So unintended effect in this context has to be bad. These are all bad things. What if the unintended effect is that Katya is hurt? Like while the boar is sort of shifting around in this clash, it backs into her and slams her against the tree, and she is wounded. Yeah, I think that's what happens. Oh no! So my companion suffers harm. Companion endure harm. Now this is not a companion-like asset, but I think we can still do the roll. I'm going to go ahead and say that she had a, I'm going to say that she had a health of 2. I'm going to say, and that this would do one harm of her, because it's not really an attack; it's an incidental damage. So let's do her, my heart or her companion's health, which would be higher. My heart is higher because she was at 2 and now would be 1. So I'm going to roll my plus heart, and the bond is incidental here because I'm technically using the rule slightly differently than what it suggests. All right. Oh no, and it's a miss. It's a miss. I got as low as I could get, a 4, 1 + 3, and then challenge dice were a 10 and a 5. And so the miss means that in addition to her taking that 1 health, damage, so she is wounded, but also I suffer -1 momentum. Yeah, that's no good. And I rolled a miss with 1 on the action die, and your companion. So, and your companion's health is 0. They're now dead, but fortunately not. Wasn't at 0, so that's still bad. Okay, so poor Katya. She's already had it really rough. Like we're up here to try to bury her friend. Okay, so that happened. They still have initiative. And and I also so that was a clash that I did, and I paid the price, and paying the price is not accepting the harm. So I didn't need to take harm, but what happened to Katya was the price in that context. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so in this case, yeah, I want to just make sure that's how it works. Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? It works that way this time because that's what we're doing. All right, so I need to do something here. I'm going to try to face danger again to try to get into a better position and get it away from her where there's less danger of her getting incidentally hurt. So I'm going to try to, let's see, I'm going to try to drive it back. Not with like a wound, like a strange attack, but to just like shoving it back to just get it further away from her. Which I don't know, that would be like iron. So like, but yeah, okay. No, you know what? I'm going to face danger, and I'm going to say I'm rolling plus heart because I'm just still basically trying to interpose myself between her to take the damage instead of her. So I'm going to roll plus heart. I'm facing danger with charm, loyalty, or courage. Oh, man, I have not gotten a single strong hit yet. This is starting to bug me, man. Okay, just the dice are against me. Okay, so I got a 5, and the challenge dice were 3 and 6. And I can't cancel any of those. But I need some more momentum to start being able to do those. So, but this is a weak hit. So it means, on a weak hit, you succeed, but face a troublesome cost. Choose one. Either you are delayed, lose advantage, or face a new danger. Suffer -1 momentum. I don't want to do that. You are tired or hurt, endure harm. You are dispirited or afraid, endure stress, or you sacrifice a resource, suffer -1 supply. You know what? I'm going to endure harm for 1 harm. So endure harm roll. I'm going to first take the harm. And then I'm going to do the endure harm roll. So now it would be I'm rolling plus health or plus iron. They're now both at 2. So I'll just go ahead and roll iron here. Okay. That's a weak hit. I got a 5 and the challenge dice were 2 and 10. So on a weak hit, you press on. So I took the harm and we press on. But it's still got initiative. This freaking boar, man. Oh, boy. All right. Am I not using my Swordmaster? Let me remind myself what I was supposed to get with that. When you strike or clash and burn momentum to improve your results. So I need more initiative to be able to do that. All right, so I need to do something to try to get myself more initiative. Let's see. So I'm just gonna try to clash again, I guess. Let's see. I need to, and I used my turn the tide already, and it didn't work, and I can't do that already. So I'm gonna just try to. I'm gonna try to use my wits, not just mechanically. That doesn't make sense, but just for trying to figure out what to do. I'm trying to predict its behavior and understand I'm going to try to trick it by like tossing like something across a way to try to make it like turn and think something's happening over there. So I'm going to roll wits. Okay. So it's not only a miss, but it's a complication. I got a 5 and the challenge dice were both 8s. And so what that means is that not only is it a miss because they were both higher, but whenever you get a match on the challenge dice, it's a complication. And so if you're unsure what happens, ask the Oracle. So like when you roll a challenge dice and it's a miss, the match represents a heightened negative outcome, a complication, or a new danger. Yeah. Okay. Wow, this is going badly. Okay. All right. So, I'm gonna say, oh no. There's a giant wolf too. We were thought earlier like might be a giant boar, might be a giant wolf. Turns out now it's both. I toss the thing to try to distract the boar, and it goes dunk 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 dunk. And as I see it roll to a stop on the path at the feet of a giant wolf who is snarling, it's like, okay. So let's add a new giant wolf. All right, this one's going to be just troublesome though. Oh boy. Okay, so I still don't have initiative. All right, what do I need to do here, man? I need to get better dice rolls, is what I need to do. Okay, so I'm going to. I guess I'm just going to clash again. Just roll with the iron, and I'm still fighting the boar because that's the one that's just right there. The wolf. Oh no, and that's a miss. So I got a 5. Okay, yeah, against a 10 and a 9. Like, what can I do when the challenge dice just keep... Okay, so this is... I was not expecting this minor complication that happened on the complication from the bow. Okay, boy, this is just spiraling out of control. All right, so I missed on the clash, which means I am outmatched and must pay the price, and your foe has initiative. So I'm paying the price. I think the most obvious negative outcome is that it hurts me. So that's going to be another 2 harm, which puts me actually at 0 health. Let's see what that does, though. Let me double check how that works, because I don't remember if I get wounded now or if I get wounded when I have to do... let's see. Do I get wounded now or only if I now have to take more? Wounded 37 or 91 and 92. See, 91. Okay, so so if you're enduring harm, if you do the endure harm move and you are at 0 health, then you mark wounded on a miss. So I don't mark wounded. I am at 0 health, but if I do my endure harm roll and miss, then I mark wounded. Okay, yeah. All right, so now I have to endure harm. I took the harm to bring me to 0, and now I roll plus health or plus iron. Obviously, iron is higher at the moment, so let's try it. Okay, so I got an 8, which is as high as my iron roll can go. But the challenge dice were 10 and 5, so that means it's a weak hit. And on a weak hit with endure harm, you press on. So there's no additional thing that happens. So I'm really starting to flag here, like this is not going well, and it still has initiative. And so I'm going to I think probably the giant wolf too looks like it might just be intending to try to attack whichever of these two sides. Like it's just waiting. But I'm going to try to use my wits. I'm going to do the face danger. I'm going to try to use my wits to try to get the boar to see it and maybe attack it, or at least be distracted by it. So let's try rolling with wits. Oh God! Oh God! Okay, so it's a 3, which was a 1 plus my wits of 2, and against a challenge dice of 7 and 4. So, face danger on a miss, you fail, or your progress is undermined by a dramatic and costly turn of events. You pay the price. So, I'm going to die in my first combat here. Maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So, I'm paying the price. The most obvious negative outcome to trying to, like, I could take harm. I could endure harm again. And if I get a miss, then I'll be wounded. Or let's, how about this? We'll do the oracle. So we'll say taking harm is likely, but the unlikely outcome would be we roll on this other table. So that's going to be D100. And if it's 26 or greater, then I just endure harm. Otherwise, we roll on the table. Oh, so that's a 24. So we're going to roll on the table. And that's an 86. 86 is it wastes resources. Okay, so that's actually better than if I was enduring harm. But so that's going to take my resources down to +3 instead of +4. But that's not as bad as it might have been. But I am still without initiative, and I am just really struggling here. So I'm going to clash again. Oh, finally! Okay. So I rolled plus iron. I got a 5, which is only a 3 plus 2. But the challenge dice were a 3 and a 2, which means it's a strong hit. And so a strong hit with clash, I inflict my harm and then choose one. Either I get +1 momentum or I do an additional harm, and I have the initiative. So in this context, I do my harm, which is another 2 harm, which already basically it gets it to full up, and that's as hard as it can go. So I don't need to do any more harm because I had surplus harm that doesn't account for anything. But I am going to, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take +1 in momentum. And now though, because I got a strong hit, I can try to do the end the fight move, which is a progress move, meaning I don't roll anything. My action score is the level of progress I've made. So as you can see, my progress is full on the giant boar, it's full to 10, which means I'm going to roll just the challenge dice, and we'll see what we get. So I have my action score is a 10 because it's progress. So I'm just rolling 2d10. Actually, it looks like there is a command to roll for that. So I'm rolling the progress to try to end the fight with the boar. And because I had a 10 and the challenge dice were 6 and 5, that's a strong hit. So on a strong hit for end the fight, this foe is no longer in the fight. They are killed, out of action, flee, or surrender as appropriate to the situation and your intent. And I think I finally get the boar with my sword in the neck. And it finally is bleeding out. And I know that I can't rest yet because now there's still a giant wolf that, at very least, probably wants my giant boar carcass. But I have initiative because I just got a strong hit. Oh boy. Okay, so you know what? My blood is up. Ha! Ha! I'm just going to go and I'm going to try to strike the wolf. Okay, so I'm striking the wolf. I'm just charging it. Ah! With my bloody sword. All right, so I'm going to roll plus iron with my strike. Okay, and I get a 7, which is pretty good, but the challenge dice are a 9 and a 5, so that's a weak hit. So with strike move, which I didn't get to do much of before, the strike on a weak hit, I inflict my harm and I lose initiative. So no other bad thing happens, but I lose my initiative after doing my harm. But on the progress bar, because I do 2 harm, but the wolf is only a troublesome, I do 3 boxes per harm. So just my harm from that strike does 6 boxes worth of harm to it, which is, pretty good, but I'm still going to be able to get that strong hit in order to end the fight. So I've lost the initiative, and so I think I'm going to have to clash. I'm going to clash with this wolf now as I've engaged with it. So I'm going to roll iron again. Oh no. Okay, so I got only just a 4 against 5 and 8, so that's a miss. And so on a miss with clash, you are outmatched and must pay the price. All right. Well, so the most obvious negative outcome would be it hurts me. I would take 1 harm. So I can't, though, take 1 harm. So let's see. Yeah, so when you endure harm, when you face physical damage, suffer minus health equal to your foe's rank or appropriate to the situation. If your health is 0, suffer minus momentum equal to any remaining health. So I lose my momentum down to +2. But my health doesn't change. But then I have to do the endure harm move, which my iron is still going to be higher than my health of 0. So I'm going to roll iron and get a weak hit. So it means we continue on. So this time I'm going to try again. Now that my blood is up, I've had a successful victory with that giant boar. This wolf is not taking my giant boar, and it's definitely not taking Messiah's body, or me, or Katya. And so I'm just basically like trying to shout it down into running away. I'm going to roll. I'm facing danger with heart. Okay, so I got as high as I could get, which is a 9, but the challenge dice were 5 and 9, so it's a weak hit. On a weak hit, I succeed, but face a troublesome cost. So I am either delayed, so I suffer -1 momentum, or I am tired or hurt, endure harm. I don't think I want to do that. Sacrifice resources. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm just, I'm still taking I'm going to endure harm again, because it's just not working. Like, that's kind of what's happening. I'm literally like scrapping with this giant wolf. Like, I've got my sword, I'm trying to stab it, but I'm literally wrestling with it. All right, so rolling iron. No, so what I'm doing right now is I have to lose another. Oh wait, hang on. No, that makes no sense, because one of my face danger on a weak hit, I can lose 1 momentum. But if I were to endure harm, I would lose momentum anyway. So I don't want to do that. That's crazy. But I am going to lose the momentum. But that's all that happens. And it doesn't work. And I'm trying to figure out like what I can do, but I'm just clashing with it because I'm literally responding to an imminent threat. You know what? No, I'm still going to be trying to face danger and not do the damage to it right now. I'm trying to just like grapple with it and just try to wrestle it into a better position. But I'm certainly not fleeing from it. I'm trying to be brave in order to get it to a point where I can stab it. So I'm being courageous with heart, face danger with heart. And it's a... Okay, another weak hit, which is... I think you get a lot of weak hits in this game, or at least just that's my experience so far. I rolled a 1, which makes a 4 for my heart. Challenge dice is 3 and 7. So that's a weak hit with that face danger, and I think I'm still just losing. You know what? I'm gonna call that one an endure stress. I'm starting to feel like how much worse can this get? So I'm gonna take -1 spirit, and I have to do the endure stress roll. So I'm rolling plus spirit or plus heart, which are both +3 right now. So let's try it. Rolling plus heart. Oh, God, and it's a miss. It's another 4 against a 10 and a 7. So on a miss with endure stress, also suffer -1 momentum. So I'm down at 0 momentum again. I'm not at 0 spirit, so nothing else happened. So I lost the 1 spirit, and I lost the momentum. I did drop that already. Yeah, I did. Okay. So I'm just going to keep trying to do what I'm doing. I'm just trying to wrestle it to where I can get it. All right. I think I hear Katya shouting encouragement, like from the sidelines where she's waiting. Oh God, and that's a miss on my face danger there. So on a miss with face danger, you fail. Your progress is undermined by a dramatic and costly turn of events. I think that just pay the prices. Just it makes sense that I'm getting hurt again. So that's going to be another minus one harm, which I can't take. So I'm now at -1 momentum. Which this is bad. And then I have to do the endure harm move with health at 0. So if I'm at a miss, I'm going to be wounded. And it is a miss at the 5 against a 10 and a 7. So I am wounded. All right. So I have to mark wounded. Oh, it's already on there. Did it just go there as soon as I put it at 0? Like, why is it? Or it just knows? Like, how? That's weird. Like, oh, I see. I don't, yeah, apparently it went to wounded immediately upon getting to 0, but I don't think that's how it works. So I think the sheet here might do, like, yeah, because you don't go to wounded until, I want to make sure I'm not, should I be wounded already? Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, 37. Wounded when you are at 0 health and fail to endure harm. Yeah, so it looks like the sheet here goes to wounded automatically when you go to 0, but that's actually not what the rule book says. So I was not wounded, but now I am. So what that means is that I literally cannot recover health until I do a move that lets me remove the wounded condition. But I could do that with a heal move, which I'm good at because I'm an herbalist, if I could just kill this friggin' wolf. So I'm still pretty bad off. I think I'm just going to clash with it again. This time it's not going well. But I clash and get a strong hit. I rolled an 8, which is as high as my iron can go, against a 6 and a 4. So I just clashed and got a strong hit. So on a strong hit with clash, inflict your harm and choose 1, and you have the initiative. So you bolster your position with +1 momentum or do an additional harm. But with this wolf, doing my harm already is going to fill its progress track 100%. So what that means is I get to take my +1 momentum, which gets me back to 0. At least I'm not negative again. And because I have initiative, I can do my end the fight progress move. Because it's at a 10, I'm pretty... it's probably going to work, but let's roll it. And it's a strong hit. So my 10 is against a 9 and a 1, which means I end the fight. I have killed the giant wolf too. And even though I am incredibly wounded, I'm standing there, bloody, clothes torn, just... I'm wounded. I'm clearly got... let's see, what wounds do I have? Let's do an oracle roll to see what wound it is. Let's pick 2 that it might be. It could be... because it was the wolf that did it. So let's say that the wound is either a wound that's bleeding badly, like a laceration, or like a sprained hand, like a sprained wrist. And so I think the wound, the laceration probably seems more likely. So let's do an oracle roll. It's D100. And so it's a laceration, it's bleeding if the roll 100. So it is a laceration that's bleeding badly. So that's, so let's just summarize that in our adventure journal there. All right. The boar put up a terrifying fight and kept me on my heels for quite some time. No matter what I tried, it seemed like nothing could help me regain control. Katya was wounded when the beast's flank crushed her against a tree. And then, to make matters worse, a giant wolf showed up, hoping to slay the weakened victor. However, I finally managed a lucky blow to the boar's throat and then charged the wolf like a maniac. We grappled, and the wolf clawed a hole in my side that won't stop bleeding, but I managed to finish it off. The fight was over. I was spent. All right. Well, gosh, that was exciting. I really thought that my first combat was going to end in disaster there. I'm still not doing great, but let's figure out what I can do here. So, we did not even make the first waypoint on our journey to get to the hill, but let's try. So I've got the heal move, which I will need to clear the wounded condition. So I can roll plus wits. If you're mending your own wounds, you have to roll plus wits or plus iron, whichever is lower, but it's the same for me. But because I am an herbalist, when you attempt to heal using herbal remedies and you have at least +1 supply, which I do, you may choose one, decide before rolling, either add 2 to the roll to succeed, or on a hit, give or take an additional +1 health. And I think I want to be more sure that I can clear the wounded condition. So I'm going to roll my plus wits and with a +2 and hope that I can clear my wounded condition. All right. Whew. All right. My blood is still pumping like, heart's still beating fast. So I'm rolling wits plus an additional 2. Oh, okay. So I got a 6 because it was a 2 plus 2 for wits and then +2 for my herbalist bonus. But the challenge dice were both 3s, which means it's a strong hit, but it's also a match. But a match with a hit, though, is an opportunity. Represents a twist in the narrative, something interesting, or a new opportunity. So what would be a new opportunity that it could arise from me treating my wound with my herbalism skills? So, yeah, well, so first let's figure out what the regular move would get me. On a strong hit, if you have the wounded condition, you may clear it and then take or give up to +2 health. So I can clear my wounded, and then up to +2 health, which I'll go ahead and do. Whew. All right. Well, feeling a little better. But what's this opportunity? This is a good thing that has happened for once. Gosh, maybe what happened is I had to go looking for some herbalism supplies, because like some of my supplies had gotten like dumped out, and I was having to collect everything. And in sort of searching through the nearby terrain to try to find, maybe I find something that I didn't expect. So let's look at the oracle tables and see if one of these makes sense. Got a major plot twist. Like the things on that list don't seem like they would really be appropriate for what we're dealing with here. So let's do a theme. Let's do a theme here and try to figure out why it would be a good opportunity for us. Let's do an action and a theme, and then figure out why that's a good opportunity, something I found while trying to collect my herbalism stuff. Okay, so got a 14 and a 4. So 14 on the action table is inspect, and then 4 on the inspect ally. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense that what that would be is something relating with Katya, right? Like, so I was healing myself and then collecting the materials, but then something related to Katya, maybe in helping me look for the materials, she pointed out that, like, so she saw something, like she saw it, but it was in helping me find the things. And so that doesn't necessarily, like, so she sees it, but what is it, right? Yeah, let's try one more D100 roll. So we know that Katya helped. 78, we're rolling on theme again. So 78 is an idea. Oh, how about this? Okay, I've got an idea for the idea that Katya has. We're on our way. So we're looking around, and what she realizes is that as we are looking for the herbs we need, she sees some of those herbs and realizes, hey, I never knew to look for that particular kind of herb before, but now that you tell me it's useful for healing, there's actually a lot of it on this hillside. Our healers in Greyhope could make good use of that, and it would potentially be even something that we could trade with Grimland to help the negotiations. How about that? All right. Let's add that to our adventure log. I like that. Adventure journal. Okay. So, Katya and I started looking for herbs with which to treat our wounds. I'm going to do another heal roll for hers in a moment. With which to treat our wounds. But as I described the ones we sought to Katya, she realized that she knew places near the settlement where those herbs were plentiful. So plentiful, in fact, that they could probably be cultivated and used both for healing the sickness in Greyhope, but also potentially for trade with Rimland. That's a good opportunity. I like that. Okay, cool. All right. So now we also established that I think Katya, we said she was at +2 down to +1, but not wounded. And so I'm still going to do a heal move on her, though, especially in this context of like I'm using the herbalism on her to try to help heal her. So to do that, to use the heal move on her, it's just plus wits, and I can use my herbalism to, where was that one? Herbalist, to either add +2 to the score, or give an additional 1 health. And I think again I want to just so let's see what happens on a miss for healing. On a miss, it's not only ineffective, but you have to pay the price, so that's bad. And then on a weak hit, you have to 1 supply or 1 momentum. I'm already at 0 momentum, and my supply is already at 3. I don't want to risk that, so I think I'm going to once again do plus wits with an additional +2 using these herbs we found to try to heal Katya a bit as we move forward. So hopefully that goes well. Okay, good. That's a strong hit. In fact, it's a 10. We maxed it out. We rolled a 6 +2 +2 against a 6 and a 3. So a strong hit. So on a strong hit, again, we can give them an additional +2 health. So we'll say that Katya, let's go ahead and let's keep track of it here. Katya is currently at +3 health. So she's actually feeling a little better than even she was before the fight. And I think she can get up to 5. That makes sense, just for the human health level. Okay, so now we get to try to continue the original journey that we have made no progress on. All right, but we're feeling a little. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to try to continue this original journey, this troublesome journey. So we travel across hazardous or unfamiliar lands. We're still trying to make progress on the journey to bury Messias. And so we're gonna, we're rolling plus wits. Okay. God, I'm scared. Just think how bad that last plus miss was. Okay, anyway, that last miss, it led to that whole combat. All right, but no! All right, it's another miss, so that means we're still not making progress. We are waylaid by a perilous event. Pay the price. So in this context, we just fought some stuff, so that's not necessarily the most obvious negative outcome. So let's roll on the pay the price table. Oh boy, this journey is not off to a great start. Okay, 54. So on the pay the price table, causes a delay or puts you at a disadvantage. How about this? So we just say that now it's this journey that we were hoping we would be there and back before nightfall. Now we are taking so long trying to make progress because we got so sidetracked with looking at the herbs. Now it's getting dark. I think we're going to try to make camp. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make camp and try to rest and recover for several hours in the wild. So we're going to roll plus supply. And so maybe we can even recover some stuff, but we're definitely taking longer. So my supply is at +3. So we're rolling plus supply. I'm going to try to make camp now that it's getting dark. Whew. Okay, we got a 9, but the challenge dice were a 2 and a 10, which means it's only a weak hit. On a weak hit, we choose one from the following. We can recuperate by taking +1 health for you and any companions, or partake, suffer -1 supply, and take +1 health for you and any companions. Why is that not? I mean, I guess that seems clearly worse than recuperate. But I guess if you could only take recuperate once if you had a strong hit, because if you had a strong hit, you take 2 of these lists. So, or we can relax, take +1 spirit, focus, take +1 momentum, prepare. Well, plus when you break camp, add +1, and if you undertake a journey. So if we prepare, so if we recuperate, we each get get our +1 back up to on. Yeah, so I think that probably makes, well, you know what? I don't know. I feel like the health matters more. So, yeah. We're going to have you do recuperate and both take +1 health there. Whew. All right. So, yeah. So our adventure journal, our journey to the hilltop. You know what? You know what? No, I'll leave it. I was going to say I could swear another vow to help with this part of it, but I don't think so because this was the complication that we needed in order to do the other vow. So, yeah. So we're doing all of this for no experience. All right. So on our journey to the hilltop, took longer than we expected, and we decided to make camp and rest up until morning rather than carry on overnight. All right, but now we're setting out. We're going to try to go on a journey again, undertake a journey. All right, we can do it. Come on, I believe in us. I believe it. I believe we can do it. No! Oh my God! Oh, okay, that's another miss. Action die of, so that's a 3, which means there's a 1 + 2, and then the challenge dice are 4 and 8, so that's another miss. I think we're rolling on pay the price again. Whew, boy, this is a rough journey, man. Whew, boy. All right, so 56 on this is, well, I think that was, it's also another delay. So how about this? We'll say that the next day turns out is very rainy, and it's a slog. It's now the weather is miserable. So it's making the whole journey take much longer. All right, so we still haven't made any real progress. I'm going to try to do another undertake a journey. We're still trying to get there. All right, so the next undertake a journey here was We got a 5, and it was against a 1 and a 6, so that means it's a weak hit. So on Undertake a Journey, for a weak hit, you reach a waypoint and mark progress, but suffer -1 supply. That's not so bad. I mean, we've got down to supply +2, which is not great, but now we get to make progress at least. So we go over to our progress, and this is a troublesome one. So making progress at this waypoint means that we mark 3 boxes. And so let's figure out what this waypoint is. So we got some Oracle things that we can do. Roll a location. So let's roll a location and then a location descriptor and see what sort of place this waypoint is. All right, so 60 and a 7. So location of 60 is a moor. Interesting. And then a 7 description, location descriptor, a small moor. Okay. All right. I think it would be a good, now that our supplies are starting to dwindle a little bit, maybe we try the resupply move when you hunt, forage, or scavenge. And now that we're both feeling a little better, maybe that's a good opportunity to do that. So we would roll plus wits. Again, all right. And hopefully we can re-up our supply a little bit. Okay, so we got a 4 against a 4 and a 3, so that's a weak hit. With a weak hit on resupply, you can take up to +2 supply, but suffer a -1 momentum for each. Oh, I don't think I want to go to negative momentum, so I think that just means that we don't really get much. Yeah, that's not great. So we'll try undertaking a journey again. Okay, so we got another weak hit for our undertake a journey. We got a 3, but against a 10 and a 2. So that's a weak hit for undertake a journey. So on a weak hit, you reach a waypoint and mark progress, but suffer -1 supply. All right, so we're down to +1 supply, which is risky because we don't want to get to 0. That could be, then we'd be unprepared. And we're still carrying Messias's body, and it's wrapped up in a shroud, but it's getting worse. It's starting to decay and become unpleasant, and I think Katya is probably upset by this. All right, so we do mark more progress, though. So now that we are marking another 3 boxes, that means theoretically we could try rolling to complete the journey, reach your destination, and it would be a 6, right? It would be rolling a 6 and trying to hope that we got what we needed. But so what would happen if we did that is if we get a strong hit, we're good. We make it there and we get additional momentum. We can do additional stuff. If we get a weak hit, we arrive, but there is an unforeseen hazard or complication, which, I don't know. I think I'd prefer to be a little bit more certain. If it's a miss, you go hopelessly astray. Your objective is lost to you. I don't want that to happen. So I think we're going to try getting a little closer before doing that move. Even though it's still, but we've made another waypoint. So let's do another location. Okay, we got a 62 and a 100. All right, so for the location, 62 is a ruin. So that's the location descriptor. All right, so location 62 is a thicket, but then on location descriptor, an isolated thicket. All right, well, okay. So let's try another resupply move there because we're getting low on our supply. So Okay, so that's another weak hit with the resupply. So I think I am going to take a +1 to supply to get us to +2, even at a cost of momentum. So that puts us at negative momentum, which is bad, but better than risking going completely unprepared, which can also be bad. So let's catch up our adventure journal here. Uh, so um, traveling on, we finally started um, to make some progress, but the rain made it miserable and slow. We tried resupplying, we tried to forage for supplies at a small moor, but there was nothing worthwhile. The next stop was an isolated thicket, but the meager game we caught there took so much time that it was barely worth it. All right. Okay, so let's try continuing on our journey here. Let's try getting a little closer. Gonna roll on wits again. Okay, so that's another weak hit. So that's a 7 against a 2 and an 8. So for a weak hit on Undertake a Journey, we suffer -1 supply. I'm glad we had one more to go. So we got a +1 supply now. But our progress towards the hilltop gets another 3. So that means now we can make a progress roll to try to reach our destination, and we're going to roll with 9 progress. Okay, so we got a 9 because we were at 9 progress against a 1 and an 8. So it was a good thing we didn't try when we were at 6. And so that means we got a strong hit for reach our destination. On a strong hit, the situation at your destination favors you. Choose one. Either make another move now, not a progress move, and add +1 to it, or take +1 momentum. I think I'll go ahead and take +1 momentum. Whew. All right. So we finally reached this destination, and I think, we've reached this hilltop, and we know it's a hilltop, but let's get a descriptor for it. All right, and it's a 9. A broken hilltop. What does that mean? Maybe just there was like an earthquake and there's kind of a fissure in it. And so Katya tells Chenda about, how this was a spot that, she had come with Messias before. And they just marveled at the strange shape of this hilltop. And it just has a hill, it rises up above the forest and gives this incredible view for miles around. And she just always thought that this would be a nice place to lay him to rest. And so I think together we managed to finally bury him and make a nice cairn. Let's see if there's any, I will, yeah, I think that there's not a need to do any other move for that. But then we're going to have to make the journey back. Or, I don't know, I mean, if we do that, we could probably just head onto Grimland. We wouldn't need to necessarily go back to... no, I think we would want to go back to Greyhope first. Just because... No, I think travel is dangerous enough here. You don't make 2 journeys when you can make 1. So I think we would probably, I think it would be a troublesome journey to go back to Greyhope, but it would be a dangerous journey to go straight to Grimland. But that's still, 1 dangerous journey is easier than 2 troublesome ones. So I think we discuss it and decide that it makes more sense to just try to head on to Grimland without trying to return to Greyhope first. So we have completed the journey to Barry Messias, and we're going to add journey to Grimland. All right. And that one's going to be dangerous. Okay. And so once we get there, we set the 3 like waypoints for that quest. Once we get to Grimland, we'll be able to mark progress on our vow here. All right, so this is going to be a dangerous journey. Let's go ahead and update this really briefly. When we finally reached our destination, I helped Katya bury Messias on a broken hilltop with an amazing view of the forests and fields around us. It was a lovely spot, and Katya clearly loved him. After taking time to mourn her friend, we decided to continue on to Grimland directly rather than first return to Greyhope. So now that we've identified this hilltop as a location, let's maybe add it to the map. So let's say, you know what, I'm going to put the label over here so we can, let's add, let's make this a blue X and put it like right there. And then the text, and call it Messias. I think I'm not spelling this the same way every time, but Messias's hill. And we'll make that a little. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now, time to make another journey. You know what? Before we do that, I think we're gonna try to resupply and make camp some more. Before we just roll right back into it. So if we make camp, we have to roll supply, which our supplies are low. So we would want to try to make camp first, or rather resupply first. And we haven't been doing great at that so far. But let's try it. Let's try resupplying. And our roll was another weak hit. So we would let's, you know what, let's just get us up to +2 again at a cost of -1 momentum. What else can give us momentum? So like, all right, well, let's try making a journey now. We'll try to make some progress before we try resupplying again. So undertake a journey. Oh no! Oh my god! Miss. Okay, so we gotta. Oh, okay. Hang on. We have to look at our negative momentum here. So I think it doesn't make any difference because if we have negative momentum, we have -1, and we rolled a 1 on our action die, and then suffering negative momentum. So when your momentum is less than 0 and it matches the value of your action die, you must cancel your action die. So that just makes yeah, okay. So it doesn't really make any difference here because it was going to be a miss anyway. So when we so it's still a miss, but it doesn't make it a miss worse than it was. Like if, for example, this challenge die had been a 1, the 3 would have been a weak hit, except that we would cancel it, so then it would be a miss. But as it is now, it's just still a miss. So yeah, so we have to undertake a journey. When we get a miss, we have to pay the price. So let's go ahead and pay that price. Pay that price. Pay that price. What's the price? 36 on the pay the price table, which is the current situation worsens. What does that mean? Current situation. The current situation, you know what? Like, I'm not sure how to reflect this. Just reflect this like mechanically, but I think we're just taking so long that the people waiting for us to arrive are getting increasingly impatient. So maybe it will make it more difficult when we arrive because our journey is taking so long. Yeah, I think that maybe makes the most sense, but we'll just have to remember that that's true. No, because I don't know, that makes it, I mean, we can deal with that when we get there, but let's maybe just say we believe the current situation of trying to resupply and not finding much, that was what was bad. So like maybe we just feel like this next place, there's no point in even trying to resupply there. Yeah. So did we have to make a minus? No, it's only a -1 supply on a weak hit, but we also still didn't make any progress. So we're going to try undertaking a journey again. And another miss. Holy crap. Okay. Journeying is hard, apparently. So we got a 4 against a 4 and a 6. We're rolling on the pay the price again. 58. 58. It causes a delay or puts you at a disadvantage. That's the same. We've gotten that same result several times. It was a 54 and a 56 and a 58, but those are all, we're just constantly getting delayed. Yeah, I think we're going to try to make camp again. So making camp. Making camp, we roll with supply, which is +2. And so we'll try that. Oh boy. Okay, so it's a 6, but the challenge dice are both 7. So it not only means it's a miss, but it's a complication. So let's let's figure out what that complication is. Um, combat action, no. Major plot twist. Like I'm just looking at some of the things that are on that table. You know what? Let's use the action and theme again for major complication, or to this miscomplication when we try to make camp. So, all right, so that's a 30 and a 27. So 30 on the action is focus, and then 27 on theme is creation. Focus creation. And that's a bad complication for making camp. What does that mean? I'm stuck on that one. I'm trying to think, what could that mean? We're trying to make camp, and we got a complication. So a miss on make camp, what does that usually do? So a miss on a make camp is pay the price. So we have to pay the price and something related to focus creation. So let's do another. To give us a little bit more insight. Let's do one more roll on that pay the price table. 64. It is harmful. Focus creation. Ooh. What if we encounter the creation of a ghost, of a horror? Yeah. What if we stumble upon some sort of strange magical circle that is okay. So we're making camp, but as we do, we discover what looks like an ancient ritual circle of some kind. And as we are looking at it, it activates and summons, it creates some sort of a horror. Yeah, I like that, even though obviously it's bad news. It's bad news for what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to fight this thing. All right, let me see if I can find some example of horrors. Where was let's see, those were all in like foes and encounters, right? Yeah. Horrors. Bone Walker. Let's try to have something be not too extreme. Gosh, all of those examples are dangerous at least. Yeah, a Bone Walker. Yeah, so a Bone Walker is the easiest, but so we find an ancient ritual circle that activates as we try to make camp and summons a Bone Walker. Human remains given unnatural life. Source of the dark energy animating them is a mystery. Okay. So let's catch up our adventure journal here. Okay, we left off. We're on our way to Great Hope. The journey started as frustrating as the journey to the hilltop had been. With very little game to scavenge, to forage, and bad weather keeping progress slow. Worse, when we tried to camp the next night, we cleared some brush away and uncovered a strange circle of glowing runes as we watched in horror a bone walker climbed out of what had seemed to be solid ground. Oh no! Random encounter! All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new Bone Walker. All right. Now, I think we've established, though, that Katya is feeling a little better. So I think maybe she's not quite so helpless in this fight. Like, I don't think she's up to helping me with the combat exactly, but at least she's better able to sort of stay out of the way and not be in danger herself. So at the very least, she can't help me, but at least I don't have to also worry about protecting her. I think that makes sense. All right, so we have to enter the fray. Enter the fray. Enter the fray. All right. So I look at this horrific abomination of undead bones, and I steel myself and summon all my courage that this is an evil that must be defeated. I'm going to enter the fray with heart facing off against your foe. All right, let's do it. Let's fight this thing. All right, look at that. We got an 8 against a 6 and a 4. That's a strong hit on my enter the fray. So what that means is that if I am a strong hit, take +2 momentum and you have initiative. Nice. So that brings us up to +1 initiative, +1 momentum rather instead of -1, which is great. And we have initiative, which means I can use the strike attack, which I will do now by rolling plus iron. Oh, and then what's the... And I have to burn initiative to improve my result to get my Swordmaster specialty thing. All right, so I miss. I get a 6, but that's against a 7 and a 6. So it's still a miss. On a miss with my strike, my attack fails and I must pay the price, and the foe has initiative. So I think let's say the most obvious outcome happens is that I'm disappointed that my initial strike was ineffective, and so I'm going to say that I'm going to endure stress with 1 stress as the the cost, so to speak. So I have to lose 1 spirit, which makes my spirit relatively low, but my health isn't great either. But I need to endure stress, which I'm rolling. Heart is better. Okay, and I got a 9, but it was against a 9 and a 1, which I could cancel the 1, which doesn't improve the result, but there's a weird... Well, actually, we're no longer encumbered because we don't have the body anymore. So that means my reset should be +2. There's a weird rule here that I don't know how this is supposed to happen, because normally when you burn momentum, you're supposed to reset your momentum oh, well, never mind. My momentum was 1 and I can't cancel a 1. It has to be less. So that's okay. That's why I was going to say it didn't make any sense, because if I burned the 1, that would set me to my reset, which is +2. So it's like I gain momentum by burning it. That doesn't make sense. But because you couldn't roll a lower than a 1, I get it now. Okay, so that means I can't burn it, and it's moot anyway, which means that my my roll heart there to endure the stress was a weak hit, which means I press on, and that's all that happens. I haven't had any misses for those endure harm or no. I guess I did. I did when I got wounded. So we're fighting the skeleton some more, and I guess we're gonna clash on this next sort of exchange because he's got initiative. So clashing with iron, rolling iron, and so that's a weak hit. Action dot mine was a 7, which is pretty good, but against an 8 and a 2. So on a clash with a weak hit, I inflict my harm, but then have to pay the price. So let's get his. So my harm is 2 harm with my sword, and that for a dangerous foe means 2 boxes. So 2 harm, we're doing 4 boxes of damage to him. But I think the most obvious price for me to pay is that he hurts me back. And so I think I would take -2 health. And that means I'm enduring harm. And so I've taken the -2, and now I'm going to be rolling my iron, which is higher than my +1 health. Oh, God. And now it's a miss because I got a 3, and it was against a 10 and a 3. So on a miss, I also suffer -1 momentum. Ugh, puts me at 0 again. I'm not at 0 health, though, so I don't have to mark wounded again. But yikes, that's not going great. Okay, so this is combat is stressful in this game. Okay, so I'm going to try to face danger. I'm going to try to with let's see, charm, loyalty, or courage is what I want to do with heart, but it's just trying to it's really hard to justify every single time that everything is just with courage. I mean, I guess with courage is I'm just I'm pressing the fight against it, despite the fact that it's scary. I'm still acting aggressively. I guess that makes sense. That's what I'm good at. So I'm just so that's what I'll do. I'm trying to face danger with heart. Okay, and that's a weak hit because it was an 8 against a 4 and a 10. So on a weak hit with face danger, I succeed, but face a troublesome cost. Choose 1. You're delayed, lose advantage, or face a new danger. Suffer -1 momentum. I don't want to do that. You're tired or hurt, endure harm. You're dispirited or afraid, endure stress. Sacrifice resource, suffer -1 supply. And my supply is already +2. My spirit at 2. My health at 1. All of these are bad. And my momentum is 0. Okay. Yeah. I am really struggling to get momentum here. You know what? I think I need to be doing secure and advantage sometimes instead of instead of face danger. Because secure and advantage, on a weak hit, I get +1 momentum. Whereas on a weak hit, so I think I've been using face danger. Yeah, okay. Been using, I need to look more at how it wants to use secure and advantage versus face danger. So in any event, we'll say I used face danger that time, and I'm going to sacrifice. It's stressful. I'm dispirited or afraid, endure stress. So I have to take, -1 to spirits, which puts me at +1. But then endure stress, I'm rolling with heart. to endure stress. Oh, and I got a 9 against a 7 and a 3, which is a strong hit. So I did still take the -1 to stress, but on a strong hit, I can shake it off if my spirit is greater than 0, which it is. So for -1 instead of momentum, instead in exchange for +1 spirit, or I can embrace the darkness and take +1 momentum, which I think is what I'll do. So I take the hit, but I gain some momentum. All right, and so I succeeded though in taking initiative. That's what I was trying to do. Which I need to make sure that's how that works. I think it's not actually, but it's fine. I will double check that before I play again. But in the meantime, this time though, so we'll say that I did seize initiative, and so what I'm going to try to do is strike. Rolling with iron. All right, and I got a 7 against a 2 and a 3, which means it's a strong hit. All right, so that's great. So I do my harm, which is another 4 boxes, which brings the progress tracker to 8. And because I just got a strong hit, I can try to end the fight. And if my 8, we'll see. I'm going to try to end the fight. So I'm going to roll this progress tracker. Okay, and it's an 8 against 4 and 1, so that means a strong hit. On a strong hit, the foe is no longer in the fight. I managed to endure the harm, and even as scary as it is, I feel like I sense my own mortality, but I press on, I slash with my sword, and I just blast the thing apart, and it falls together into no longer animated bones. And then Katya probably says, "Hey, you still want to make camp?" And I think probably at that point I have to say, not with only. Well, I guess we still have the +2 supply. I think we'll try to go ahead and make camp still. That's what we're trying. That's what we were trying to do before. So, trying to make camp. Okay, good. And this time when we make camp, in this newly purified location, we got an 8 against a 5 and a 2, which means it's a strong hit. Whew. Okay, so we make camp, and with a strong hit, you can take 2 of this list. You can recuperate, which is +1 health for you and your companions. You can partake, which is you -1 supply and another plus health. So we could get +2 health, but lose 1 supply. Or relax, take 1 spirit, +1 spirit. Or focus, take +1 momentum. Or prepare to give us a +1 when we next undertake a journey. You know what? I think I'm going to take +1 health and do prepare to give us a +1 when we make a journey this next time. So we're going to make a journey by rolling with wits with +1. Got to try to get where we're going. Okay, so this time we got an 8 against a 6 and a 1, which means it was a strong hit on undertake a journey. Finally, I think it's the first time we've gotten a strong hit. So we're going to make progress on the journey. So progress is just 2 boxes for a dangerous journey. And we're going to find a waypoint, and we'll get to what it is in a moment. But we can also make good use. So we choose one, make good use of your resources, and mark progress. Or we could do -1 supply to take +1 momentum, which I don't think we want to do because we are pretty low on supply. And, we could use the momentum, but I don't want to risk having our supply completely depleted. Because bad news happens when you let any of these things get, all the way to 0, as we saw. Wounded actually is not so bad because my character can heal, and that's very helpful. So I think we mark our progress. So we marked progress. And let's find out what's this waypoint look like. All right, it's a location and a location descriptor. We're going to roll 2d100. We got a 58 and a 42. So 58 on the location is a village. Oh, interesting. A village. 42. 42 is a savage village. Ooh. Savage village. Gosh. Okay. I think we're going to have to decide on a settlement. Okay, let's go ahead and put in our adventure journal because if this place is nice, we could go ahead and sojourn there and maybe even forge a bond or resupply and do some of that stuff. That would be great. Okay, let's see what we can make of that, but we'll have to figure out what this place is like and what's their deal. Okay, I fought it all the while trying to stop my heart from pounding at the hideous obscenity of its undead nature. Hideous is not spelled right. Undead is a word. But I was able to defeat it, and then it was like we broke a curse. Camp that night was restful, and we made progress finally the next morning. And so what is this place's name? Let's figure it out. Settlement name. Let's roll 2d100 to get the way that it's named and then the name itself. 97 means that it's named after something else. Okay, and then the 52 would be it's named after a firstborn race, like Elfbrook. Elfbrook is an example, and we'll go ahead and use that. We happened upon a savage village called Elfbrook. All right, so let's see what's true about Elfbrook. We got people and places. Let's go ahead and add Masai. This is Hill, the place where we buried Katya's adventurer friend, a broken hilltop with a spectacular view. And let's look at the map too, because we're starting to make it a little crowded here. I'm also getting messages. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. None of that matters right at the moment. Yeah. So let's figure out what's the deal. What's the deal with Elfbrook? Okay. So we let's go ahead and move this label down a little bit and add Just going to make it black again. Um, and let's move that a little bit closer in there. Whoops. Son of a... Okay. Here we go. For Pete's sake. Okay. I need to put those on a different layer so I can move them properly. All right. All right. That was a whole little waste of time. Okay, so let's... All right. Let's add our text now. Elfbrook. Okay. So now we have to figure out what's the deal with Elfbrook. So Elfbrook, let's get a location and a description of it. So we're going to roll 2d100 to get a location and description for where this village is. 59 and 63. So 59 is another moor. We're getting a lot of moors. And then 63 is a location descriptor. It's a barren moor. Interesting. Okay, so it's a savage village in a barren moor. What are the people like? Let's get a notable person to meet there. Whoever. Yeah, so let's get a sense of just what are the people there like. We're going to roll 3 descriptions on this character descriptor to get a general sense of the people, and then we'll create like a specific NPC. All right, so the people of Elfbrook located on a barren moor. The people are 39, 77, and 72. The people are intolerant. 77 is young, and 72 is confident. Intolerant, young, and confident. Oh my God. Okay, so this is a group of kids, young people, that probably left the nearby places. And they're living in squalor because none of them actually know how to do anything. And so they basically, like, this is the just barely beyond the idea of kids running away from home and trying to live in their treehouse. So this is a group of young people who decided to try to go make their own town, but they're so young, none of them really want to work, that it's not going well. A ramshackle community of mostly young people who rejected the ways of their elders, but haven't really figured out what their own new ways are. And so let's roll for a settlement trouble. Let's see, figure out what their current deal is. Um, trying to get to okay. So 90 on the settlement trouble table is a dangerous tradition. Interesting. A dangerous tradition. Um, they're trying to, let's see. Let's meet a person from there and then maybe think about what the dangerous tradition is. Settlement trouble dangerous tradition. Um, you know what? Maybe, given what we established about it, the dangerous tradition is that essentially they've tried to establish their own new rule that they won't do anything the way their parents do. Like they're rejecting all the old traditions. And so the dangerous tradition is technically that they're casting aside all former wisdom, regardless of whether it might actually still be useful. Um, all right. All right. So let's meet a notable person. We're gonna roll on character roll and then get some descriptors and a goal and get some descriptions from them. So that's gonna be, I'm gonna roll 5 D100s and then get roll, goal, 2 descriptions and a name. So 11 for roll is a performer. 46 is the goal, and they want to secure provisions. And then 2 descriptions would be 23 and 13. So they are talented and doomed. Oh man, talented and doomed. Boy. And what's their name? Their name is 99 Sabine. Sabine. Oh boy. All right. So this person is maybe who we meet, and they're out trying to. They're a performer, and they want to secure provision. So maybe we come across them performing, right? You know, they're trying to do their thing to get money. I think this community probably just mostly barters, but maybe they're just trying to persuade someone to like give them some food for dancing, and they're finding that maybe people are not necessarily that interested. Like they're a good dancer, but this little ramshackle community just doesn't really have enough to sort of be a thing, especially this intolerant community. So I can't help but think that it's probably not going well. But I think that as we meet this person, we want to try to persuade them to like help us. So I think the move for that, when you attempt to persuade someone to do something, envision your approach. And so I think what we would want to try to do is meet them and just say, hey, that dancing is great. We have been traveling for the longest time. We've had a really rough go of it. I don't suppose you have somewhere we could kind of just sleep under a roof for a little while and maybe try to just, rest up and resupply a little bit here and see. So we're going to try rolling compel to see how that goes. So we're going to pull up our character sheet again. Chenda is going to roll heart to try to compel poor Sabine to, let us crash at their shack. Okay, so we got a 6 against a 2 and a 9, which means it's a weak hit. So on a weak hit, so if it was a strong hit, they'll do what you want or share what they know. You take +1 momentum. And if you use it in exchange to gather information, you can make it a move now and add +1. But so weak hit is as above, but they ask something of you in return. Envision what they want. We know what they want is to secure provisions. So maybe what they say is, I've got a place you can stay, but I don't have any food right now. So if you can get us some food, you can stay in my place and we'll share the food. That seems reasonable. Yeah. But it just means that now we have to go try to get food from someone else, right? Okay, so let's see. We're going to spend some time in a community seeking assistance. Because I was kind of thinking that this, was going to do that once we had established this place to stay. So I think we don't do that roll until after we've resolved this. So now we have to try to get food from someone else in some other way so that we can pay for our keep. All right, so let's imagine another person here. So let's go ahead and do another 5D100 roll and imagine another person in the town of Elfbrook. All right, so this person is number 70. This person is a herder, and they, let's me people and places. So, all right. So now there's a herder who wants 84. Character goal for the herder is to gain knowledge. Oh, gain knowledge. And they are 73 and 36. 73 is weak, and 36 is quirky. Weak and quirky. Yeah, I think in this place, gaining knowledge does sound like a quirky thing. And their name is 15 on the list. Abella. 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 Okay, so I think what we do is we say, okay, we need to get some food. Maybe we can find someone who's got some livestock who would be willing to trade one of their, what do we think? Goats? Yeah, let's say to trade a goat for something. We want to compel them to, in this case, compel could just mean gently persuade, to give us a goat. And so let's see, we find this person, Abella, and we find them, and they see how we're clearly outsiders. And she says, oh, where'd you all come from? You come from one of those villages outside, farther away. Where'd you come from? And we're going to try to roll compel to tell her all about where we're from and hope that she'll share a goat with us. So let's try rolling compel again to see if we can get a goat. Yeah. All right. We got a 9 against a 5 and a 3, which means we got a strong hit. Whoo-ah. All right. So I think what that means is that we have a nice chat with Abella. Tell her all about where we're from and the adventure we just had on the way here, and how we're trying to have negotiations between Grimland and Greyhope. And I think that she is just so delighted to hear about what's going on that she does let us take a goat. So we invite her to come and share dinner with us and Sabine back at Sabine's shack, and we're going to all just have a nice party. And I think what we'll do now is we'll say that this is a sojourn roll. When we spend time in a community seeking assistance, roll plus heart. And if you share a bond, add +1. I don't share a bond yet with this community, although on the basis of this sojourn roll, I might try to forge a bond. All right, so let's do another heart roll for our sojourn roll. All right, got an 8 against a 4 and a 7, so that's a strong hit. So for sojourn, on a strong hit, you and your allies may each choose 2 from within the categories below. And so that means the categories below clear a condition, which would be like wounded, shaken, or unprepared, but we don't have any of those right now, so we don't need to do that. You can either recover, which is like recuperate, take +2 health, consort, take +2 spirit, provision, +2 supply, or plan, take +2 momentum. And then also we could provide aid, which would be to accept a new quest. But I think we don't want to do that yet right now. So I think what we're going to do is I'm only at +1 spirit, so I think I'm going to do consort and get my spirit back up to +3. And then I'm going to, my health is at +2 and supply is at +2. Momentum has been low for a while. You know what? I'm going to take +2 momentum and try to get that up to +3, and maybe like start having the momentum be on the higher side would be nice. Try to accumulate that. So I think now that we have hung out with Sabine and Abella and enjoyed some goat, got to sleep under a roof, let's see if we can try to forge a bond with them. So it's like when you spend significant time with a person or community, stand together to face hardship, or make sacrifice for their cause, you can attempt to create a bond and roll +heart to do so. So yeah, let's do that. Let's try to forge a bond. I don't know. Can I forge a bond? I can probably. Does it make sense? Here's the question. Does it make sense to roll separately for Sabine and then Abella and then the community? I feel like we established that the community is intolerant, and we might have just been lucky to find these 2. So I think probably forging a bond with these 2 does not mean we get a bond with the community. But we have a bond with one of the people in the community, which probably counts. But it's not a bond with the community. So I think I'm going to do it twice. One for Sabine and one for Abella. So we're going to do +heart first for Sabine and then for Abella. For Sabine is a miss. Oh no, we got a 6 against a 7 and a 9. So on a miss, they reject you and pay the price. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So pay the price. I mean, pay the price is stressful. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the obvious one, is that we kind of tried to reach out and say, hey, huh? And they said, no. And so I think that's probably just, it makes sense. We're going to endure stress. We're going to take -1 spirit and do endure stress, which is another plus heart roll. Fortunately, we're doing some of my better rolls here. Oh no, though, but that endure stress was a miss with a 4 against 7 and 8. So on a miss, I also suffer -1 momentum. Oh man, I've just erased half of my progress from the sojourn. Oh well, but let's try forging a bond with Abella instead. Maybe that'll go better. Okay, so that's a weak hit. We got an 8 against 2 and 9. So a weak hit for Forge a Bond is they ask something more of you first. Envision what it is, or ask the Oracle if unsure. Do it, swear an iron vow, and mark the bond. If you refuse or fail, pay the price. So, I'd like to get another bond with Abella, but I have to do something for her. So we know that her goal is to achieve knowledge or acquire knowledge, right? That's what we gain knowledge. I know. Okay. What she asks is that if we're going to Grimland, they might have they have like books. She wants us to bring her a book, any book, just something, just a book. Bring her a book, and if we bring her back a book, then we can forge a bond with her. And so we're going to swear another iron vow to. We're going to try it at least. We're going to swear another iron vow to bring Abella a book. Bring Abella a book. Bring Abella a book. I think that's just a troublesome one. But let's, so character sheet, we got to, okay. Where did so adventure journal. All right. So let's catch us up here. All right. I'm gonna have to do let me do the swear an iron vow move first before I write all that in there. So swear an iron vow is, where is that one? There it is. Write your vow, give the quest a rank, then roll plus heart. And I don't have the bond yet, so I don't get to add that. So let me. So I'm rolling plus heart to try to swear the iron vow to bring Abella a book. Oh, dang. All right, I got a 6, but against a 10 and a 10, which is simultaneously a miss, a match, which is a complication, and it's a 10 and a 10. It is the worst challenge roll that I could possibly get. Okay, I think she asks for a book. She asks for a specific book, not just any book. A specific book that is forbidden. A forbidden book of ancient occult rituals. Abella! Oh my god, Abella! She's Abella the Necromancer Goatherd. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So, okay. So a miss when swearing an iron vow means a significant obstacle before you can begin your quest. And And I can either just give up and say, nope, 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 nope. And, or I can suffer -2 momentum and then try to overcome the fact that it's this forbidden book. What happens if I forsake my vow? So if I do, basically I have to take, to forsake the vow, I have to suffer -spirit equal to the rank of the quest, which would just be plus, just 1 right now. And I have to endure stress. And I don't have any other bonds with this place yet. Yeah, I feel like at this point, she says, actually, I do need a specific book, and it is, Ancient Practices of the Death Gods. And it's like, okay, yeah, now, you know what? You're nice, Abella, but I don't think that I'm going to do that for you. It's like, but you promised. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. It sucks. All right, so let's get, and then I think at that point it's kind of like, all right, well, let's hustle out of here. At least we got a good night's sleep and some goat. Okay, so let's see. We met a talented dancer named Sabine, who was discovering, to their dismay, that there didn't seem to be much of a market for dancing in Elfbrook. They agreed to let us stay with them if we could get some food to share. We then spoke with a goat herd named Abella, who was hungry for news of the outside world and was willing to trade us a goat for stories of our adventures. We all shared the goat and got a good night's rest, but in the morning, Sabine decided on their newly full stomach that they no longer wished to share our company. We left discussing Abella's interest in procuring a book. I promised to retrieve it for her, even swearing a vow, but it was a tough lesson learned to get all the details first. Because what she wanted was a book of ancient rituals for raising the dead. I declined to procure it for her, but the whole experience was upsetting. All right. So let's see if we can make a little more progress now. All things considered, I think we still ended up with a net gain in Elfbrook, but barely. All right, let's try getting on a journey. So unfortunately, because we didn't make any bonds, our journey does not get a bonus. So that's a bummer. But let's try. Let's get going. Oh, God. It's another miss. So that's a 4 against a 5 and an 8. So let's pay the price again. All right. 38 is the current situation worsens. So the current situation is that we just, um, oh, what, I was just thinking like maybe Abella is following us. Yeah. She's gotten intense now that we turned her down and we think she's following us. We're going to have to try to outpace her, I guess. So let's try another embark on a journey to just try to get out ahead of her. Oh God, it's another miss. 6 against 8 and a 10. Traveling in this game, it's hard. Okay, so we got a 6 again. So that's another miss. We're gonna roll another. Uh, so 31 on the pay the price table. This time is something of value is lost or destroyed. What would that be? Something of value. I mean, we haven't really established any specific items. I mean, like the sword would be something of value, but that's like, I don't, yeah, I don't know if maybe just, something of value is lost or destroyed is not even just like there's other waste resources is a different thing. Yeah. What if I just lost my sword? Oh God. Okay. I'm going to ask the Oracle. I'm going to say losing the sword is the less likely outcome. So I'm going to roll the 1d100 and it's either, it's going to be either losing, something of value. Either, how about just like a locket of the mother, which is, we'll just know in the fiction is a bummer, but doesn't necessarily have a mechanical effect. But that is the more likely one. So let's do the Oracle roll. And if it's 1 to 25, then I lose the sword. No! So let's see. How does that happen? Oh God, I think we're not making progress on the journey because we're trying to outpace Abella, who's gotten really uptight and weird since we left her. And maybe we get away from her, but how do we lose the sword? Maybe just like it just breaks. Yeah, maybe that makes more sense. Lost or destroyed. Yeah. But like we're climbing over some difficult rocks um, and there's a bad fall and it snaps the hilt of the sword right off of the haft. No, like swords don't break that easy though, right? I mean, it would take some doing. I was just trying to make it easier on myself to to get it repaired might be easier than getting a whole new one. Oh, that sucks. Oh man. No, okay, I can't lose it completely. My iron vows on it. Um Lost. Okay, how about this? I'm going to have to So first of all, clearing that one. What do I have to do? Oh no, I lost my sword. What does that mean? Okay. Um, how about this? I lost it crossing a ravine, and it went over the side of a little rickety bridge. So now I have to make the journey more like to get it and then finish the journey is harder. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Oh no, though it's bad. But so we're going to have to change the journey now as to formidable, which means that each progress only adds one to the next progress there. Yikes. Okay, that's bad. I think that's made it pretty hard on myself, but the dice are doing it. So, um yeah. Okay. So, how about this? The next time I get a waypoint is when I get the sword back, but the whole journey is now formidable instead of dangerous. Okay. All right. So I have to try to undertake a journey again um, without my sword, feeling very anxious about it. Let's go ahead and add that here. Um, Worse, she followed us out of town to try and lose her. We took a roundabout route that took us over a ravine where I tripped, and of all the possible disasters, I lost my sword over the side. According to Katya, retrieving it adds days to our journey. But I can't leave it behind. I swore my first vow on it. All right. Okay, let's try to undertake a journey. Okay, that's a weak hit. It's a 6 against a 5 and a 9. So a weak hit, you reach your waypoint and mark progress, but suffer -1 supply. So -1 supply gets us down to just +1. Not great, but as established on what we were just talking about, I mark 1 progress because it's formidable now, but I have retrieved my sword. So let's try to resupply now. Now that we have a longer journey ahead of us, I'm going to try to resupply and then maybe make camp. Okay, so resupply was a weak hit with a 3 against a 9 and a 2. And so a weak hit for resupply means that I could get some more supply, but at the cost of momentum. So I think I will make the supply +2 instead of +1 and bring my momentum to +1 instead of +2, which hurts. But then we'll make camp, which is a roll with supply. And that's another weak hit with a 3 against a 6 and a 2. So making camp with a weak hit, we choose one of these things where we can gain +1 health, take +1 spirit, or take +1 momentum, or prepare and give a +1 to our next undertake a journey. So we've got a supply of +2, spirit at 2, health at 2, momentum at 1. But we're having a rough time with this journey. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is that we're preparing for undertaking the next journey. So we're going to undertake a journey the next day. and get a +1 on it. Oh, God! It's a miss. So it's a 7 against an 8 and a 9, despite the +1. All right. We're getting close, I think, probably to trying to stop for tonight. But boy, traveling in this game is so hard, man. All right, so let's roll on the pay the price table. An 8. A person or community you care about is exposed to danger. But that doesn't really make sense in this circumstance. Like, even if it was happening, we wouldn't know. Now, let's just roll again. 87. It wastes resources, so that sounds like losing a supply, which is bad. But what are you going to do? So, gonna try to resupply again. Okay, so that's another weak hit. I really want to try to keep from getting unprepared, so I am going to once again go back to 0 momentum and to keep the supply at +2. That weak hit was, yeah. So, all right, continuing to undertake a journey. Gonna get there eventually. Oh man, I have just the worst luck. I like. Is it the dice are just bad for me, or is this a system that really just is designed to produce a weak hit a lot of the time? But I keep getting the miss on Undertake a Journey, which keeps me from getting to make the progress. So that was another miss on that. So let's roll on that table. 17 is your action has an unintended effect. An unintended effect from trying to make progress on the journey. What does that mean? So we're not making progress, but there's an unintended effect. Let's roll on the oracle tables again to do that action and theme again, just to see. Let's see what that suggests for us for this unintended effect. So 80 and 32. So 80 on action is change. Theme 32 is superstition. Change superstition. Change superstition. Oh, what if Katya is superstitious about something and we essentially just lost a lot of progress that day because she realized that, like, oh no, because we came this way, it's going to require us to pass between 2 fairy circles of mushrooms, and we can't do that. That would be really bad luck. We have to go way back around the other way, and we just lose a lot of progress that day. Yeah, I like that. Kind of builds in flavor, right? All right. Let's continue the journal here. We managed to retrieve my sword, but the attempt to continue our journey just kept getting stymied, including, of all things, a bizarre superstition. If I can type bizarre superstition from the otherwise implacable Katya, we had to backtrack for hours so as to give a wide berth to a weird little clump of mushrooms that Katya called a fairy circle. All right. Okay. Can we make some progress, please? Let's give it a try and find out. Okay. Rolling for wits. Okay, wow. So it's a 5, but against a 5 and a 5, which technically makes it a miss, but now it's another complication. So it's a pay the price roll, but let's roll on the theme and action again to try to figure out what that complication will be. 85 and 66. Action 85 is construct, and then 66 on theme is community. Construct community? That's a complication. Construct community could be like construct community. I don't know. I don't know. It's not much of a pay the price if it's just another thing that just waylays us and just delays us. Let's roll those again. Let's just roll a 1d100. No, because we got to add the complication. So, yeah. How about this? Yeah, let's just roll on those last two tables again because I don't know what construct community means. Okay, so 6 on action is swear. Okay, and then 49 on theme is hate. Swear hate. Ooh. Swear hate. I have to swear hating something? Okay, I don't know. Like, gosh, what do we have that mean? Like, I have to swear to hate something? Hating the concept of swears? Maybe it's just there's a moment where I'm just feeling really grumpy about this progress and just feeling like, why is this taking so long? This is the worst. I can't believe that I've signed myself up for all of this garbage, and I'm just feeling like a moment of doubt and questioning myself. I think that would probably be stressful, so I'm going to take -1 spirit and I'm going to roll endure stress. Yeah. So endure stress is plus heart. All right, and I got a 7 against a 3 and a 2, so that's a strong hit. So I did take the -1 stress, but I can choose to shake it off and either gain a +1 spirit in exchange for -1 momentum, which I don't really want to do because I'm already 0 momentum, or I can embrace the darkness, take 1 momentum. And so after feeling like a moment of really just like realizing how much work these vows is putting on myself, and it's just unpleasant, all these complications keep happening, and it's like, just making me hate everything. And then getting to the point of like wondering, like, have I made the wrong decision? Is this a disaster? What's going on here? What am I going to do? But I eventually am able to just say, this stress too is part of what I signed on for when I decided that this was the sort of thing that I was going to do. So I just have to keep on going. Swear a vow that has to mean something. All right, so God, I want to try. Things are going poorly. I want to try to resupply again. And Wow, it's another complication. So it's a miss and another complication. All right, well, what does that mean? This initial quest has already proved like far more difficult than I would have expected. Um, okay, so let's roll 2d100. And so 46 and 49 for our action and theme. So 46 would be mourn again, and then 49 mourn hate. And that's for a resupply miss. Mourn hate for a resupply miss. So resupply on a miss, you find nothing helpful, pay the price. So mourn hate. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just like maybe I just get depressed, right? Like now that I have sort of soldiered on and just accepted my fate, but I'm just feeling depressed about it. Like even if I've accepted it and decided to keep going, I'm just like it's getting to me. It's a swamp of sadness. Yeah, I think that's it, right? So I'm gonna take another spirit. This is -1 spirit, which puts me at 0, and I'm gonna endure stress. Which means that this could be bad. So I'm going to roll plus heart. Okay, that's a strong hit though. So I got a 5 against a 3 and a 4. So for the endure stress, I got down to 0, and that was on a strong hit. Choose one, shake it off. If your spirit is greater than 0, which I can't be. Because it's, I mean, like, so I can't do that because it's not greater than 0. And then the sheet is again doing the thing where I put it to 0 and it automatically gave me shaken, which I don't know if that's how it actually works. But I did get a strong hit, so if I can't take shake it off, I have to do embrace the darkness, but that means I get another +1 initiative momentum. So it could have been worse. But all right, let's try. Gonna try a more journey. Undertake a journey. Okay, we got a weak hit with a. Oh wait, hang on. So we got a 3 against an 8 and a 1. No, I mean I could cancel the 1 with my momentum, but that doesn't make it any better than a weak hit. So there's no benefit to that. I need to start trying to have momentum so I can actually use those abilities. Okay, so at a weak hit, at least we do make another bit of progress. So that's going to be another box here. We're at 4 of 10 on that one now. But undertake a journey weak hit costs us a supply. Brings us down to +1 again. So I'm going to try resupplying again. And it's a miss. So find nothing, pay the price. $79 for the pay the price. Okay. A surprising development complicates your quest. All right. Complicates the quest. Okay. Interesting. So that sounds like a plot twist roll. Got plot twist table. And some of they often didn't make sense before, but this complicates quest. So let's roll on that. 94 is unexpected powers or abilities are revealed. Ooh, what does that mean? And is it Katya that demonstrates something? Like what would these powers or abilities be? Like what would they be? And how would that complicate the quest? Hmm. Wow. Okay. Okay. I have a fun idea. So we established that Katya was a survivor of this illness, right? What if she finds that now that she's recovered from it, she's stronger than before? And now there's a realization that, like, what if this illness, like, it kills some people, but the people who aren't killed, like, literally, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And what does that mean? If that became known, what would it mean for the negotiations? I like that. I like that, actually. Um, and she's increasingly stronger. And yeah, so let's. Okay. Um, let's catch ourselves up here. The journey just got more miserable from there. So bad that I actually started questioning my decision to take an iron vow, to swear an iron vow the first place. It was a scary thing to question my whole life's purpose. And even though I decided to keep going, I felt numb. Then, the next day, Katya accidentally tore a tough leather strip with her bare hands, something that would require incredible strength. She said ever she said that as she's been recovering from the strange illness, she's been feeling stronger, supernaturally strong. Would this happen to everyone who survives the illness? What does that mean for the negotiations? All right. It also potentially means, like, if we get into a fight again with Katya still there, like, does she help me now? I feel like she would. It makes sense. We're following the fiction, right? Like, we don't have to just stick with mechanics. Like, we're following the fiction. She's, she is she's helping me. I think it makes sense at this point that she is able now to participate in fights should they come up again. All right, so I was hoping we could really get to Grimland before stopping for tonight, but let's keep trying to make that happen. I'm going to try to resupply again because I don't want to get my supply down to zero and get unprepared on top of shaken. I want to just double check again, like shaken. Um, so shaken 37. You know, yeah. So shaken may be marked when you're at zero spirit and fail to endure stress. Yeah, so even though the character sheet is doing it, I'm not actually shaken now, but I am at 0 spirit. So I would have to fail to endure stress again at 0. Okay. Yeah. So not actually shaken yet. But it's not good. All right. So try and resupply again. All right. Okay. Got an 8 against a 1 and a 5. So that's a strong hit. So, what is, so resupply, strong hit. On a strong hit, you bolster your resources, take +2 supply. Nice. Okay. That's good. That feels good. Let's take that opportunity to make camp with that supply roll. So we're rolling supply to make camp. We get an 8 against a 6 and a 3. That's just another strong hit. Oh, good. We're starting to, it feels like we're recovering a little bit. Okay, so we can recuperate, take +1 health for you and your companions. I get to choose 2. So recuperate for, take 1 +1 health, +1 spirit, +1 momentum, or prepare for the journey the next day. So definitely want to take +1 spirit to get out of that 0 territory. Could get 1 more momentum, but no, let's you know what? I want to try let's try building some momentum. Let's try in doing things that increase the momentum generally so that we can get to a point where that starts mattering more. Okay. So we're undertaking a journey the next morning. Okay. That's another 10 and 10 complication. So it's a miss with a 3 against a 10 and a 10. So that's another dire complication. All right. So the dire complication. Let's roll on an action and a theme. Let's roll the 2d100 to see what this dire complication. This has got to be bad news. This is 1 out of 100 bad news, right? So 35 and 96. So that would be a falter and 96. Falter relationship. Oh, God. What if Katya and I have a big fight? Yeah. Oh, that's bad, right? No, I like that. And in fact, there's a specific move for that, which is we have to test your bond. So when your bond is tested through conflict, betrayal, or circumstance, roll +heart. What if just on this miserable journey, it's just been the worst. We are just having the worst time, try to get anywhere, and it feels miserable, and we're just hating each other, and we just get into a big fight where we both say a lot of stuff that we don't mean, and it just gets really awful. And so now we're going to try to test the bond to see if it can withstand this, because that could be really bad news for me if the relationship fails, right? If we lose that bond. All right. So we're doing roll +heart. Okay, got a 7 against a 3 and a 2, which is a strong hit. And oh, look, test your bond. On a strong hit, this test has strengthened your bond. Choose 1. Take +1 spirit or +2 momentum. Yay! Oh, that's great. I like that a lot. Okay, so we were just talking about gaining more momentum. So even though we're only at +1 spirit, let's try getting ourselves up, take +2 momentum and have that +5. That starts being something where we can start burning momentum, and it still only takes us down to +2. We can start taking some of these weak hits or misses and maybe making them better. That's good. Let's try doing that. So yeah, Katya and I have a big fight, and it's really awful and unpleasant and vulnerable and emotional, and we're both really struggling with it. She doesn't know what's happening to her. She doesn't know if it's going to be okay. This journey has already taken way longer than it should. I'm questioning my vows. It's all really awful, but the catharsis of our struggle and our fight, we let things out that should have been out a long time ago, and they were festering, and now we have come to a place where we understand each other better and we're happy with one another once again. That's great. Awesome. Okay, that's great. I love that. I'm very happy now. All right, let's try Undertake a Journey again. Okay, that's a 7 against a 6 and a 10, which makes it a weak hit, which we cannot cancel because we still only have a +5 momentum. But so a weak hit for Undertake a Journey means at very least we do make progress again. We're now at 5 of 10. And as we... so Undertake a Journey on a weak hit, suffer -1 supply. So that takes us to +2. That's not so bad. We're making progress. So let's briefly set another waypoint and describe that. All right, location and location descriptor. Let's 60 and 95. So 60 is another Moor, for crying out loud. This is Moorlands, apparently. And 95 is a civilized Moor. So does that mean we have another settlement? I think we do, right? That's got to be what civilized means. Okay, so that means let's figure out what this settlement name is. Let's just use the quick settlement name generator this time and find a settlement trouble for it, and then get a couple of general character descriptors for it. So I'm going to roll 5d100 for name, trouble, 3 descriptions of the types of people there. All right, so 90 is called Froststead. Their trouble is that there's another dangerous tradition. The people there are wild, weary, and friendly. Okay, so let's establish this new place. Okay. Okay. Froststead. Froststead. Okay, it is settlement located on a civilized moor. Trouble is dangerous tradition. People are wild, weary, friendly. I think I know, based on those descriptions, that their dangerous tradition has to be that they just have big parties and they are irresponsible with their resources. They celebrate instead of saving, like it's the whole ant and the grasshopper thing. They have big parties, they are very welcoming, and they're willing to to like let people in, and they share and share alike, but they're not saving anything. As soon as there's a bad season, they're going to be wiped out. It's because they're not careful. Okay, yeah. So let's figure out a person there, and we're going to roll another 5d100 to get a person that we meet. So this person, their role is 5, which is a bandit. Okay, we meet a bandit. bandit whose goal is to 56 protect a secret, and he is 71 and 12. He is stealthy, makes sense for a bandit, and sociable. He is stealthy and sociable, and his name is Talus. So we meet Talus the bandit. So maybe what this place is, Froststead, maybe it's like a thieves' camp, right? Like maybe what they do is they actually raid other villages, steal stuff, and then just live like kings off of it until it's gone and then raid again. Maybe this is a raiders' camp. That's potentially fun, but potentially dangerous. Like if right now they're in a friendly mood, like they're sociable, like they're in a good mood, maybe we could still like hang out and party with them while the partying's good and then try to move on. Okay, yeah. So I think at this point, I think we're gonna, take advantage of the fact that they seem to be kind of friendly but also weary here, and just kind of say, hey, can we, stay with you guys for a little bit? Let's try a sojourn. I think that makes sense. So let's sojourn when we're spending time in a community seeking assistance. We're going to roll. We're rolling plus heart. Yes. Okay, we got a 4 against a 3 and a 4, which is a weak hit. But we have a momentum of 5, so I think we can turn that into a strong hit. Let me just double check. Burning momentum. So burning momentum, you cancel any challenge dice which are less than your momentum value. Okay, yeah. So if I burn my momentum, take it back down to the +2 reset value, but it turns this sojourn roll into a strong hit, which I think I'm going to do, which lets us, so we can hang with Talus, and we're going to, so I definitely need to recover. So let's try to get +2 spirit. The friendliness of this place is encouraging. I'm going to bring the spirit back up to +3, and then we can also, let's see, I can take 2 momentum, 2 supply, or 2 health. Let's see, supplies at 2, spirit at 3, health at 2. You know what? I can do a heal roll separately, so I think I might do that separately and use this to resupply. Actually, you know what? Let's do, like, that momentum seemed really helpful. So I think I'm gonna, I increased the spirit, and then I'm gonna take the 2 momentum, put momentum back up at +4. And now we sojourned, and so I think we hang out with Talus. These guys are kind of living high on the hog. We kind of have to pretend to look the other way to realize that all of this stuff that we're sort of partying with is probably stolen from other villages, but we're not gonna make a fuss while we're here, when in Rome sort of thing. But let's see if we maybe can forge a bond with Talus. Let's try that. I'm going to roll with heart to try to forge a bond with Talus and this community. And so we rolled a 5 against a 10 and a 2. So that's a weak hit. On a weak hit with forge a bond, they want something. Envision what it is. He wants to protect a secret. What secret would he want to protect that we could do? Like, what's something that we could help him with related to protecting a secret? Depends on what the secret is, right? So let's roll for action and theme to see what the secret is that we're going to try to help him protect. 17 and 48. So 17 on action is assault. Theme 48, debt. Assault debt. So like if you're assaulting a debt, that seems like maybe as a bandit, what it means is you're planning a job, right? You're trying to eliminate your debt through violent action. So if you're assaulting debt, he's planning a job, trying to protect a secret. Yeah, maybe it puts us in the complicated moral position of saying, we find out he's planning a job, and the question is, do we warn the people he's planning to rob? Oh, man. Oh. He clearly just helped us, right? We just stayed at this place. They helped us. We needed that help. But this place is dangerous. Like, this place won't last. Because they live by raiding, but they also just like blow through all their resources. They're like a waste. They're like a resource sink for a land that can't afford that. Gosh. Would we promise? Would we promise not to tell? Yeah, what if he's planning to rob someone in Grimland? Like, knowing that secret and not sharing it could hurt the negotiations, which is my previous vow. But like, it also might, no one might ever find out. Who knows what might happen as far as the actual robbery? Like, what do we owe each other? He helped us. He didn't have to. He did, though. But do we owe it to someone else to let them know that they're being targeted? Gosh, oh, that's a tough one, man. Oh, I feel like this is a test of like lawful good versus chaotic neutral. Oh, I feel like Chenda would not be able to be okay with it going to Grimland and probably meeting whoever it is and knowing that there's someone planning to rob them and you didn't say anything. Who knows what might happen? Someone might get killed. But if you don't promise not to tell, what does Talus do now? Wow, that sucks. Whoa, man, that dilemma now that I've built for my character. I think Katya probably is of the position. She's very pragmatic about this. Like, she's saying, tell him whatever he needs to hear. But my character takes these vows seriously and is not going to make an oath to not tell if she doesn't mean it. I think I'm going to try compel action to compel him that We're not going to promise, but that he should just let us go. Like, we won't get a bond with him, but he won't do anything to like try to stop us when we won't promise not to tell. Yeah. All right, we're going to have to try compel action for that. Okay. All right, we're going to have to try to roll plus heart to try to compel him to not make a fuss if we're not going to promise to not warn his victim, his intended victim. Okay, we get a 5 against a 4 and a 3, so it's a strong hit. So that means that on a strong hit with compel, they'll do what you want or share what they know and take +1 momentum. All right, so we get to take our momentum up to +5, and we get to leave. So we don't forge the bond with Talus because we didn't promise to keep his secret. But at the very least, he doesn't stop us from leaving or do anything, and there's just an uncomfortable difficulty leaving. Okay, so our progress, we're at half progress, so I think we would need some more before we would want to try to reach our destination. Let's add to the journal our experiences at Frosted? Frosted, yeah. Okay. The next day, we arrived at a hidden bandit camp. It was clear that the plentiful supplies that they freely shared with us were stolen from other settlements. They were tired after a huge celebration, and it was clear that they were not being careful with their supplies and would soon need to raid again. We met a charming bandit named Talus, but over drinks, he shared his plans to rob a merchant in Grimland. He asked us to promise not to warn his target, but I just couldn't imagine meeting that person and not letting them know they were in danger. I managed to keep Talus from blowing up at my refusal, but we had to leave Frosted sooner than I would have liked. Still, it was one of the best nights' sleep I've had since I left home. Yeah. All right. Whew. I like this game a lot. I'm having a good time. So let's we're on the road again. Let's see, we've got some momentum in our pocket with +5 now. Health is still +2. That's not great, but I'm going to try to do a heal now that we've left. I'm going to try a heal move. We got spirit at +3, supplies at +2, but with that momentum, I feel like that helps. That helps. So let's try the heal move. When we're treating an injury or ailment, rolling plus wits. And it would be wits or iron because I'm treating my own, but those are the same for me. And because of my herbalist, I can choose to add +2 or get an additional +1 on a hit. So I think I'm again going to just keep that +2. So I'm going to roll wits +2. Try to treat my own wounds here. Okay, good. And we got a 9 against an 8 and a 1. So that means it's another strong hit. So heal with a strong hit. Your care is helpful. I don't have the wounded condition, so I don't need that. And then take or give up to +2 health. So I can take my +2 to a +4. That feels a lot better. And I didn't have to give up any momentum or anything. So yeah, that's pretty good. So with that done, let's try to get some more progress on the journey. So I rolled wits, and we got a 7 against an 8 and a 1, which means it's another weak hit. So let's mark progress. Not 6 of 10, but we lose another supply. So that gets us at +1 again. And so let's try another resupply move. Continuing to try to forage. Oh, so we got a 6 against a 9 and a 7. Our momentum is still just +5, so we can't fix any of that. So on a miss, we find nothing helpful, and we have to pay the price. So 26 on the pay the price table, which is something of value is lost or destroyed. Oh no! That went really bad the last time. All right, well, the last time I lost the sword instead of the locket. This time I think it is the locket, which is a bummer. Yeah. And I think at this point, discussing it with Katya, we just can't justify going back to try to find where we lost this locket. There's just too much ground we've covered. And it's a heartache thing that this locket that my mother, who inspired me to swear this vow, but the vow is more important. So I have to be able to keep going. Yeah. Lost the locket on the way. Couldn't justify going back for it. My heart aches to lose it. All right. Let's try again. Continuing the journey. And that's a 5 against a 7 and an 8, so that's another miss. Let's roll another on the table. So 15, you are separated from something or someone. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's obvious how that might work. But, yeah, separated. What would separate Katya and I? Let's roll on the action and theme tables. 39 and 39. Okay, interesting. So 39 on action is destroy. 39 nature. Destroy nature. Oh, what if it's like a forest fire? Like there's a forest fire that starts, and in evading it, we end up separated. Yeah, okay. So that means I'm going to have to try to make another move to find her. Okay, how about this? I need to make a face danger move, which I'm going to try to say I'm just trying to brave running through areas of fire to try to stay with her. I think that's what makes sense here. Um, that there's a fire, forest fire. There's a moment where we're separated, and and I have to run through an area of flames in order to get back to her, but I decide to do it. So I'm going to try facing danger with heart. Okay, I got a 9 against a 3 and a 4, so that's a strong hit. On a strong hit, I am successful, and I take +1 momentum. That gets me up to +6. Gosh, I'm feeling better with the higher momentum on there. Okay, great. Nice. Um, yeah. Uh, um, a small forest fire threatened to separate Katya and I today, but I braved the flames knowing that I swore a vow to see her to Grimland safely. All right. And let's try continuing the journey. All right, that's another with wits. So 6 against a 1 and a 4. So that's a strong hit. Hooray! So that's another mark of progress. Gets us to 7 of 10. That's pretty good. We might be close to where we could try a progress roll. So on undertake a journey with a strong hit, you reach a waypoint. You make good use of your resources, or you could take +1 momentum but suffer -1 supply. But I think at this point, with a +6 momentum and a supply at +1, I don't think we would want to do that. So let's go ahead and reach. Let's go ahead and take this opportunity to try doing our reach your destination roll. We've got 7 out of 10, and I've got a momentum of +6 that I can potentially cancel some dice. So let's try to reach our destination instead of just a waypoint. All right, so I rolled, and it was a 7, but we got a 10 and an 8, which means we missed. We missed on trying to reach our destination. That's bad. On miss, you have gone hopelessly astray. Your objective is lost to you, or you were misled about your destination. If your journey continues, clear all but 1 filled progress and raise the journey's rank by 1, if not already epic. Oh, God! Oh, God! That's so bad! That's so bad! Oh, my God! Okay. Yeah, so welcome, those of you watching. Oh, no! Okay, so hopelessly astray, objective lost to me, which is bad. That's really, really bad. Or we were misled about our destination. So regardless of what the answer is, what we would have to do to try to keep following this course is we would have to undo all but one of our progress and increase the difficulty, which would make it extreme. And extreme means that we would literally only add half a box every time we make progress. That's a disaster. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. So let's figure out what that means. Wow. So, If so, I think what maybe makes the most sense in this context is, if this was a destination that in theory was not actually supposed to be too far away, it's a rival settlement to Greyhope, that it can't just be that like we just got lost and we just have no idea where it is. Especially because Katya is a scout who theoretically has been there before. So that doesn't make any sense. What could be true about it is that something has changed so substantially that it really makes the whole thing just much more epic in scope. Because this is just the journey to Grimland, right? Like, it's not even the quest. It's the journey to get there. So what could make it that much worse? Honestly, in hindsight, if I had sacrificed my sword, that would have been better. Okay, so how about this? We arrive in Grimland to find it a ghost town. Everybody has left. It's empty. So that means our journey to Grimland basically was to try to find the people, and the people aren't there anymore. They went somewhere else. And now we can't really... So what does that mean? So obviously we don't have to keep doing the journey if the journey doesn't make sense anymore. So if the journey doesn't, so like if they're not there, so here, let's figure this out. So our vow was escort Katya and reach an agreement with Grimland. And we had set we'd set the sort of waypoints that we expected. Get Katya to Grimland safely. I think just mechanically, we can't call this reaching Grimland safely because we missed the reach your destination roll, right? So I think we can arrive at the location, but it doesn't count because the intent here is to where the negotiations will happen. And obviously that's not here anymore. And there must be a larger reason why that, it's like, are they just gone? It's just a ghost town, like they just left, or does it seem like something bad happened? How about this? Let's ask the Oracle whether they just left or whether like there was a violent, like someone ruined the town violently. Which seems more likely? I think, my initial thought was that they just left. So let's have that be the likely one. But let's... so we're rolling. If it's a 26 or up, It seems like everyone just left. Like supplies were packed up. There was people left deliberately, as opposed to like just vanishing out of into thin air. So, okay, 78. So that means that it looks as though everyone here packed up their stuff and left for unknown reasons. And we can't really call that get Katya to Grimland safely. So we can't mark progress on the original vow, but what we might need to do is reestablish what this means. How about this? Let's talk about this. What this means is there's a bigger thing afoot. So even though our original vow was only supposed to be troublesome, I think we have to make it dangerous now, right? So we have to make our vow more dangerous, but it's changed now. So it's changed. We have to figure out now what additional things we have to figure out. Okay. When we arrived at Grimland, we found it a ghost town. It was as though everyone simply decided to pack up and leave. There were no signs of violence, but everyone was gone. My vow to bring Katya to the negotiations has gotten a lot more complicated. All right, so let's see. Updated vow. So I think what we're going to do, say the updated vow, now dangerous instead of troublesome. And we're going to say the things that we have to do. So before, like in order to try to get to a completion with a dangerous one, each mark of progress is 2 boxes. And so 5 boxes would get us to 10. So it makes sense that we would want to have at least 4 sort of checkpoints here. And I think that it's fair for us to say that we have now achieved we've achieved one sort of place where it would make sense that we might mark progress on it. Let's see, quest moves, reach a milestone. When you make significant progress in your quest by overcoming a critical obstacle, you may mark progress. And so what I think we're going to do is I'm going to allow us to mark progress, but only progress on a new, more difficult quest. So find the settlement of Grimland accomplished. But now we have to figure out where the people of Grimland went. I think the last one is obviously going to be Return to Greyhope. Um, let's say ensure ensure that there is no ongoing threat to Grey Hope. All right. Yeah. So, given what happened here, like, why would the people of Grimland left? Is it because there was danger? Did they just find a better place? That seems strange. If there is danger, is it something that could also be dangerous to the people of Greyhope? We don't know. We have to find out. We can't just leave and say they're all gone. That makes no sense. We have to find out why. So, what we're going to do is we're going to say we're going to mark progress on a dangerous quest, but now we've got more questions than we had before. Okay, so dangerous quest means we mark 2 boxes. Okay, so I think that's probably where we're going to bring it to a close this time. I already ran longer than I was really expecting to, but this was a lot of fun. I had fun doing this. So those of you who are watching along, thank you. Just a reminder that this is an RPG called Ironsworn. You can find it at ironswornrpg.com. The PDF version is free, which is great. If you want to check out the other stuff I do, you can check me on this channel here at twitch.tv/Christiana Ellis, or on my YouTube channel, or just check out my website at christianaellis.com. So thanks for listening and or watching, and I'll be back for more stuff sometime soon.